Good morning and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Today is Thursday, September 11th. We do begin each of our meetings with an invocation. This morning, Commissioner Nelson is going to give our invocation. We invite you to stand and join us.
Father God, we just lift up the sorrow that our nation feels today. We lift up the Kirk family to you and the families of the Evergreen community. And I know I personally hugged my kids a little harder this morning. And we just pray that you would be with those who are mourning and bring comfort and peace beyond all understanding. And as we also reflect on today being 9/11 and the tragedy that occurred many years ago, we just ask that you would bring unity to our nation and that your ways would prosper. Give us wisdom today as we serve and make decisions that impact our community locally. And we just thank you for your guidance and love. Amen.
Okay, and if Vice Chair Williams, if you'd lead us in the pledge. Item 3.
Item number 3 is staff emergency items, and I'm unaware of any staff emergency items today.
Item 4.
Item number 4 is changes, postponements, and notice of the next meeting. I'm unaware of any changes or postponements to today's agenda, and the next meeting will be Tuesday, September 23rd at 9:00 a.m.
Item 5.
Item number 5 is public comment on items not scheduled on the agenda. And Madam Chair, I'm unaware of anyone signing in to speak under public comment today.
Okay. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on an item that is not scheduled on the agenda? Seeing none in the room. Do we have any online? Okay, on to item 6.
Item number 6 is the land use consent calendar, including items 6A through 6C. And I am aware that we would like to consider items 6A and 6B under item number 7 on the called up consent calendar.
Okay, so we will hear items A and B under the called up consent item 7. Do I have anyone here to speak on an item that is on the consent calendar, and a reminder that that is currently now only item C? Okay, so that has been moved to 7 under the called up consent, and so you will have an opportunity underneath item 7 if you are here for A or B. So if it doesn't appear that there's anyone here for item C on the called up consent calendar, we have no one online. So I will bring it up here for comments or a motion from commissioners.
I would move approval with item 6C.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Weissong,
Aye.
Commissioner Nelson,
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate,
Aye.
Vice Chair Williams,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. That passes 5-0. Item 7.
Item number 7 is the called up consent calendar, and I'll read the first item into the record. 6A, special use 8655 West Highway 24 electronic message display billboard conversion, a request by Lamar Advertising for approval of a special use to allow for electronic message display conversion of an existing billboard in a restricted corridor. Conversion of an existing static display billboard within any restricted corridor requires Board of County Commissioners approval. The property is zoned CC, Community Commercial, and is located along the Highway 24 corridor at 8655 West Highway 24. This item was heard as a called-up consent item on the August 21st, 2025 Planning Commission meeting and recommended for approval with a vote of 6-0. 3 citizens spoke in opposition with concerns related to driver safety and aesthetics. parcel number 83154-00037, Commissioner District Number 3, file AL 25006, Miranda Benson, Associate Planner, Planning and Community Development.
You're a little bit low there. I don't know if it's speaking closer into the microphone or maybe we need some AV help here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so I'm Miranda Benson with El Paso County Planning, presenting AL 256, which is 8655 West Highway 24, Electronic Message Display, or EMD billboard conversion. It will be myself for the Planning Department, as well as Joe Sandstrom with Engineering, presenting this item to you today. For any public input, if you would like to participate remotely and you have not done so already, please provide your name with a reliable phone number to pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. The hearing procedure today will be first a staff presentation, followed immediately by an applicant presentation. Then we will move into our public comment portion where citizens in favor will speak, then citizens against. Any applicant rebuttal will be made after that. Questions for staff will follow, and then finally we'll have a decision made by the board. The request before you today is by Lamar Advertising for approval of special use for an EMD conversion of an existing two-sided billboard along a restricted corridor, Highway 24. They are also proposing to use their available billboard credits, BBC 05006, to expand the existing size of 238 feet to 378 square feet on each side. The existing height of 46.6 feet will be reduced to 40 in order to meet the current zoning standards. And Lamar is also proposing to relocate the sign from the northern side of the lot, where it is between two existing buildings, to the southern side of the lot, where it is in a more open area. Conversion of an existing static display billboard within any restricted corridor does require Board of County Commissioner approval. This property is zoned CC, which is a commercial zoning district, and is located along Highway 24. And as part of the special use request, the applicant will be requesting an alternative lighting design for their worst case scenario projection, which they will discuss in their presentation. This is the criteria for approval of a special use. I will pause here for just a moment for the public. This will also be made available on the screen during the public comment portion. At the Planning Commission on August 21st, discussion included the aesthetics of billboard, especially along the Highway 24 corridor, as well as any potential traffic impacts. The Planning Commission did ultimately recommend approval with a vote of 6-0. This is a zoning map of the location. You can see the parcel or the lot along Highway 24, as well as a street view of where the billboard is currently. The community commercial area does allow for off-premise signs as special use, and this area is not within any overlay districts. This is the site plan provided by the applicant. If you can see my mouse, the current sign is right here between two existing buildings. They are proposing to move it to the southern side where it will then be in a more open area. And this is a side-by-side of the as existing and as proposed billboard. All off-premise signs which utilize EMD require the Board of County Commissioner approval, and then I also included the lighting standards, which the applicant will discuss how they are meeting. The lighting measured at the property line when adjacent to public right-of-way shall not exceed 0.1 foot candles as a direct result of the on-site lighting. They are proposing to, in their worst case scenario projection, remain under the state's limit of 0.3 foot candles. This is the lighting presentation, or the lighting plan that was provided in their application. The key area of influence on this item, we are within the Pikes Peak area of influence and small town rural community. We are also within a minimal change developed and protected conservation area However, there are no identified historical conservation designations on this site. The place type would be a rural center. We'll invite Joe up to present for engineering if you have any questions regarding traffic or drainage.
Hi, Joe Sandstrom, Department of Public Works. I was the review engineer for this project. For traffic, a traffic impact study was not required for this application because it meets the TIS exemption and the ECM. No public improvements were required for this, and the El Paso County road impact fee doesn't apply. For drainage, drainage and erosion impacts are considered negligible for this application, and neither drainage or grading and erosion control plan were required for this. Do you guys have any questions about drainage or traffic? Okay, I'll give it back to Miranda.
The applicant did provide a poster on the property advertising of the public hearings upcoming for this item, as well as mailed notices to all property owners within a 500-foot standard range. Public comment has been provided both in the packets and presented to you today, and I believe there are people that are present and would like to speak on this item. Do you have any questions for staff at this time?
Commissioner Weisel.
Thank you, Miranda. Could you please explain a little more detail about the restricted corridor?
Sure. So a restricted corridor identified in the Land Development Code is like I-25, Highway 24, and 115. Any sign proposed or or EMD sign proposed within 660 feet of that corridor would be considered restricted.
And then when you say restricted, what does that mean?
It means that it would require Board of County Commissioner approval as part of their special use. Not
Versus
prohibited, just requiring special use with the board. approval.
versus being administrative approval?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from commissioners this time?
All right,
Okay.
I will invite the applicant with Lamar Advertising to present his slides.
Good morning. My name is Justin Johnston. I'm here representing Lamar Advertising. I'm here today to request to convert an existing legal permitted static billboard into an electronic message display or an EMD. This is not a new location. We'll be replacing the existing structure on the same property as part of that project. We would like to relocate the sign to the eastern or southern edge of the property in an effort to better align with the property's current uses. Lamar has operated in El Paso County since 1991, and that gives us ties all the way back to 1935 through companies like Negley Outdoor and Harris Advertising. So this sign is located at 8655 and Highway 24 in Cascade. It has been in place since 1984. It sits on a commercially zoned property. It's a legal conforming use. The proposal is to convert both of the static faces into an electronic message display, relocate it to the other edge of the property, and use an existing billboard credit in order to increase the size. The way that we obtain billboard credits, which are issued for removals of other structures. When you ask questions about restricted corridors, we need credits specific to those corridors in order to accomplish this. So we have a credit because we have removed a structure in the past in the restricted corridor. I think the goal behind that was to ensure that we never exceed a certain amount of structures in that corridor. So this is a way to protect that. The new structure will be reduced in height from 40 feet or to 40 feet. The current structure is sitting right at 48 feet. There will not be any, we will not require any public infrastructure or services to operate. I would say that this is a strategic modernization and repositioning of an existing sign on the same parcel. EMDs offer a wide range of benefits where a traditional sign serves only one advertiser. EMDs allow us to showcase up to 8 businesses. This makes advertising more accessible to small businesses in El Paso County. It also allows us to provide more time for nonprofit messaging. We utilize open space for Amber Alerts, FBI Most Wanted notices, emergency weather alerts. So I'd say that the conversion to an EMD helps us support the community beyond just advertising. I know that lighting is often a concern, but this sign is programmed to dim automatically based on ambient light. It will not exceed 500 nits at night. It has an automatic shut-off feature if it malfunctions. Each message will stay on screen for at least 8 seconds. There is no flashing, there's no video, there's no animation. We worked with Daktronics to complete a photometric analysis that confirms compliance with both the county and CDOT standards. Under normal operating conditions, this sign is fully compliant with county standards. Real world brightness typically falls between 0.02 and 0.06 foot candles at the property line, well within the 0.1 foot candle limit. The photometric study included shows a worst case scenario showing full white content at maximum brightness. This is done because electronic signs are unique in the way that they light. The content is dynamic. Some ads are dark, some are brighter. It just depends on the color. So in order to be fully transparent, we provide a study at worst case scenario. In addition, CDOT has their own regulations in regards to light. The regulations for a sign of the proposed size is 0.3 foot candles in CDOT right-of-way, and we are well below that, and the sign is factory programmed not to exceed that. This sign sits on a CC-zoned commercial parcel. It currently includes a bar and grill, a vacant residence, and an existing billboard. There's a mix of uses nearby, but this is not a residential setting. The relocated structure increases the setback from the nearest home up to 565 feet. In addition, it is angled away from the residences towards Highway 24. Additionally, there are mature trees and natural vegetation along the western and northwestern edges that would provide further visual buffering. This upgrade is fully compatible with existing land use and zoning. It does not generate traffic, strain public services, or alter site access. It's simply a modernization of an existing legally built structure. The county has recognized that billboards are a necessary and appropriate advertising medium. There are acceptable locations for them, and this project is one of those. We are not adding a new sign, we're upgrading one that already exists. It aligns with the intent of the land code and helps meet advertising demand without the need to increase sign density. So when we are able to add advertisers to a single structure, it eliminates the demand for building new structures. So I would say that that would align with the county's policy and billboard proliferation. This quick comparison chart shows how an EMD increases efficiency and public benefit. There's more advertisers that can use the same structure. Public safety messaging is possible. Light is controlled through technology, and the structure can be remotely shut off if something goes wrong. EMDs allow us to support multiple advertisers on a single sign, reducing the need for additional billboard structures.
We have a question from Vice Chair Williams.
Sir, when you say automatic dimming, so if a car's coming down Highway 24 and they see, it sees the lights of the card, is that when it dims?
In theory, that would be a possibility, but that's not the way it's designed. What it's designed to do is read the ambient light. So what it does allow is if you could imagine when it's sunny outside, of course, the sign has to be brighter in order to be legible. But as light conditions drop, then the sign has to decrease in intensity. Now, that also includes if a thunderstorm comes over, the light decreases. It does allow the sign to do that, but it doesn't measure headlights.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Once again, we've been operating here in El Paso County since 1991. We hold the majority of the inventory. I believe that we are a very responsible sign operator. Our local office manages all of our structures. We work hard to ensure compliance, community partnership. We maintain all of our own structures. We coordinate closely with the local planners and with CDOT. And all of our employees are here local. This conversion is a low impact upgrade with significant community benefits. It supports local businesses. It provides proven platform for emergency alerts and public service messaging, meets all regulatory standards, and reduces the need for future billboard construction. In regards to the water master plan, this has no impact on water supply or demand. Wildlife, the county's wildlife habitat maps show a high impact potential for the site, but since this is a conversion of an existing structure, there are no impacts, new impacts that are expected. The master plan identifies decomposed granite in the area, but a review confirmed there are no severed mineral rights. Overall, from water and resource perspective, the proposal fits within the county's master plans. I may have skipped a page. Apologies.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted you to go back to that page. Thank you.
Okay. This one here? This one? Okay. This is the page you were wanting me to visit? Okay, correct. All right. Oh, I did again? Okay, thank you. All right, so safety, I apologize. Safety is always the first priority. We have solid data to back up that we will not compromise safety in any way. The Federal Highway Administration and multiple multi-year studies in Albuquerque, Rochester, Cuyahoga County, and many other local jurisdictions have all reached the same conclusion. There is no statistically significant increase in crashes after the installation of electronic message displays. The National Highway Traffic Administration says that driver distraction becomes a concern when glances away from the road exceed 2 seconds. There were eye tracking studies that have been done and showed that eye glances towards electronic messaging displays were well below that. I think the highest reading was 1.38 seconds that was measured in that study. Beyond the research, our proposal meets and in some cases even exceeds every El Paso County standard. That includes the 8-second hold time, nighttime brightness capped at 500 nits, automatic dimming. There's no animation, no video, no flashing content. So in short, we're bringing these signs fully into compliance with the most up-to-date safety standards while modernizing them to allow for community benefit. And we've looked at the data closely, not just here, but multiple jurisdictions across the country. Once again, findings are consistent. Whether you're looking at a conventional billboard or an electronic messaging display, accident data shows that there is no statistical relationship between their presence and vehicle crashes. The number and rate of accidents did not increase after the installation of off-premise digital billboards. In fact, accident rates near these signs are comparable to similar sections of highways without billboards at all. And the bottom line is that accidents are going to occur with or without billboards. The data makes clear that the presence of these signs, when they meet the modern safety standards required by both the state and El Paso County, are not a contributing factor to decreased safety. Beyond just safety, these signs are more than just advertising. They're a real-time communication tool for public safety. We have the ability, and we do utilize, and we're not required to by code. It's something that we like to do as being good members of the community. We display amber alerts, silver alerts. The moment they're issued, I believe that gets critical information out to thousands of drivers within minutes. It's one of my favorite things about the capabilities of these signs. I think we've all received amber alerts on our cell phones, and it's a text written description, and if I seen that person, I wouldn't know what they look like. What this does is allows at least an image to display, which I just think is an added benefit to the community. In the event of wildfires, especially in the mountain corridors, we can post evacuation notices. We can route updates instantly. Same goes for severe weather warnings like icy conditions, snowstorms that can impact mountain travel. We can also support local agencies with emergency notifications. I noticed on the screen here earlier, I think it was called peak alerts. I'm personally not familiar with that, but that's something that we could tie into our electronic signs and display that information in addition to what the app would allow all across all of our locations. So this is a resource that's always on, it's always ready, and is working for the community. There have been studies tied directly to the Amber Alerts that show that they do aid in recoveries. FEMA case laws show that these signs are used for fast, reliable messaging during wildfires, severe weather, evacuations. And unlike static signs, digital displays deliver urgent, targeted information instantly, which makes our community safer. A traditional static sign would require content to be printed, a crew to be rolled out to install. It's much more cumbersome, so the emergency messaging is not nearly as effective. The project isn't about adding new structures. It's about responsibly upgrading existing legal billboards. Our photometric studies confirm lighting levels are well below the county limits. Natural vegetation and topography help buffer the views. And by converting to digital, we also reduce maintenance trips and eliminate vinyl waste, making this both a cleaner and more efficient solution. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Weisong?
Do have a number of questions, but stay on this slide for a second. How many structures are allowed in a restricted corridor?
I couldn't tell you the exact number of structures that are allowed. It's strictly based on how many credits are available. To my knowledge, this is the only credit that we have for the Highway 24 corridor. Some of these records are that were kept were very antiquated. I've been here 5 years, but previous employees kept paper records and have no contact with them. But I believe from working with Miranda that this is the only one. Now, what I can tell you to be fully transparent is if we are approved for this, we're going to be removing a small structure at 238 square feet. We're utilizing an existing credit to build the larger structure, but we will be asking for a credit for that small structure that we remove. So I would think once this is completed, we still have one credit to be used at another location. But to my knowledge, that's the only additional structure that could be built. I'm not sure that anybody else holds a credit.
Do you know how many billboards you have between I-25 and Cascade?
I could do a quick count in my head. I believe it's 6 to 8 structures but that would include some structures that are owned. I believe there may be only one structure owned by another company right at the county line going into Woodland Park. So I would say we're probably, worst case scenario, you might have 9 structures in the Highway 24 corridor in that area at one time if we were to utilize the credit that we obtained from removing the smaller structure.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your transition and how long each image is going to be shown.
Absolutely. Every image is programmed to be shown for 8 seconds at a time. We have a maximum that we display of 8 advertisers or content, whether that be donated space, community messaging. So 8 seconds a piece, 8 advertisers. The transitions are instantaneous. So a lot of times there's a misconception about how these operate because there are signs. I mean, people will think of the Sphere or on-premise electronic messaging signs have different regulations. They're allowed to play video. They're allowed to have flashing content. We're regulated much more strictly, where it operates just as a standard billboard does. It is a static copy, no moving, no flashing. When it transitions into another copy, it is an instantaneous, just is faster than your eye could watch.
And you say that it could be between 4 and 8 seconds.
That's what the county code calls for, is 4 to 8 seconds, but we operate at 8 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
The various other studies that you referenced, that there were no issues with the adding a electronic billboard messaging. Were those in the same type of a corridor that we have on 24?
Those were studied on highways all across the country. So I would say that yes, they were studied along state or interstate highways.
But nothing specific like Highway 24?
I don't believe any local studies have been done for Highway 24.
Okay.
I just know that they did study highways and interstates, so I can speak to that. I don't believe that there's ever been a local study done. What I do like to think is that we do operate, this is not a new concept. We operate currently, I believe, 11 electronic messaging displays here in the county. We've had 0 code complaints, to my knowledge, ever. I mean, I've been here 5 years, but I go through the records, and I think even just being here 5 years shows that we are very compliant. We're local. We have our eyes on it all the time. We're not based out of Denver or someplace else, and they sit and we have to wait for somebody to call us. We welcome people to call if there's ever an issue, but our technicians are here local to make repairs. And in worst case scenarios, it shuts down if there's a hazardous condition.
And do you have one of these electronic billboards in Teller County?
Teller County, we do not. Teller County does not allow any billboards.
Okay.
We would like that to change, obviously, for our reasons, but no.
Okay. Is there any kind of regulation that when you transition from one to the other, that it, I guess, kind of minimizes the shock value, whether or not it's the same, brightness
Is the current structure?
as the current structure? In other words, I'll give you an example, and that's why I asked you to stay on
Okay.
this slide. Living with Wildfire Town Hall. Obviously, it must have been in El Paso County on Friday coming down the hill. Pretty crazy weather, foggy, what have you. This particular image flashed up from whatever it was before, and it was very startling because you had all of these colors, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why I'm asking, is that if there's a way to minimize that, even though it's instantaneous and it's not flashing, the transition from one to the other was very startling.
Can I ask which location that was?
Coming from Teller County, I was up on attending a meeting in Cripple Creek.
Okay,
So I'm not sure exactly where it was.
understood. We currently have no electronic messaging signs coming from Teller County all the way to I-25 currently. Everything is static. So I'm not sure, maybe that could have been an on-premise sign, so I can't speak to that. But in regards to the most seamless transition, I believe that this has been decided on by both the state and county and multiple jurisdictions all across the country as the least, as you might say, shocking or least disruptive form of transition. I don't know that there is a different way to accomplish that. A lot of times what I notice, even on the on-premise signs that exist here in El Paso County that are electronic, the only difference is that they display content for businesses, and there's even one right outside this building that has animations, has flashing, which I think is more noticeable, would probably provide a benefit to advertisers because it would draw more attention. But I don't think there's a better way to accomplish this safest transition than what we currently do. But we would be open for suggestions. So.
Well, just driving at 55 is different than 30.
Correct. Yep. That makes a difference. In addition, what you might consider is that while those are up there for 8 seconds, a lot of times these billboards are not visible for 8 to 10 seconds. So if you're going to see a transition, you might see one, but it's not something that's just going to over-indate you with flashing. It's designed to allow a vehicle when it comes into sight to see that message. It might transition one time if you caught it at the right time, but you're not going to see multiple, and you're going to want to take looks to see. So,
You know, you've got me curious where I saw it, but I know it was on Friday.
well, I could find out honestly if you want to know. So.
That's it for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Applegate.
You referred to NIT as a form of measurement twice in your presentation. That's an
Yes.
acronym. What does that stand for?
NITS, honestly, I only know it as the industry term. I've actually taken measurements. We do that to measure these structures just to see as they're aging, how effective they are.
Okay.
But I know that it is a county requirement. You've kind of caught me off guard with what it technically stands for, but it is an official form of light measurement that's recognized across many jurisdictions, including the state.
Okay. And then foot candles? I'm
Foot
assuming that's
candles
the
is more specific to the county. The county relies on foot candles. It's another term of light measurement, which is taken with a device from a specified distance at a specified height based on the size of the structure. It gets very technical, but we've worked with the manufacturer who has provided documentation that says that these structures, if approved, would be built to those standards, and they're factory programmed to where they can exceed that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Do you have anything else in your presentation, or have you concluded at this point?
I believe I've concluded.
Okay, thank you so much. So we will move to the public input. Actually, I'll just make sure staff doesn't have anything else that they need to present before we move to that.
But I did Google, a NIT is actually not an acronym. It is a unit of measurement for luminance, and it is from the Latin word nitere. So I was just going to pull up the criteria unless there's anything that you would like to ask of me at this time.
Okay, so I think we are ready to move to public input. We will begin with those who may be here in support of this item. So if there's anyone here in support in the room at this time, I'd ask you to come forward. And just a reminder, we would just ask you to state your name for the record, make sure that you do sign in, and then you have 3 minutes.
Absolutely. My name is Trevin Wex. I live down the street, 23 West Boulder Street, and I have signed in. So thank you all for your time. I just want to address 3 things that I had the opportunity to identify in the concerns expressed by the community. One is, in an article or a letter that was submitted to the Gazette, it was suggested that this was corporate greed overcoming community desires. I just want to say I was born here at Memorial Hospital in 1968. My family moved here in 1873 and started one of the first 10 businesses in Colorado Springs, Chrissy Fowler Lumber. I am a product of Manitou Springs school system, as are my 4 brothers and sisters. I'm very involved in the community. I sit on several boards. I volunteer for several nonprofit organizations. So I care deeply about this community. And I think that this proposal ultimately will not have any harm to the community. I understand the fears, and I think that that's what much of this is based on. People have driven through Vegas. We don't want Colorado Springs to be a Vegas. We don't want, especially a beautiful corridor like Highway 24 to be a Las Vegas. But 2 other things that play into that. One is lighting and the other is safety. I think it's important to realize how these signs are lighted versus how traditional billboard signs are lighted. Traditional billboards are actually brighter. They have halogen lights that shine up to illuminate the copy that's on the board. Versus these electronic message displays shine out. They actually have levelers over the top of them to prevent night sky spillage. So I know in the Manitou letter, one of their concerns was night sky. These boards actually reduce the night sky bleed over traditional billboards. Also, that auto dimming feature is important. When we hear complaints in our industry about electronic messaging signs, they're almost always on premise. And that's typically because they either don't have the dimming software or it's not being employed because it's not required. So this does get down to less than 5% of its illumination power at night. And it reduces dramatically if, like Justin said, if there's thunderstorms, that sort of thing. Third thing is safety. I think it's important. One of the things, and I understand, having lived here my whole life, that everybody's concerned about is the natural beauty and how does this affect the natural beauty. Interestingly enough, there's a study being done right now by University of California, Berkeley, because a lot of the states with the most natural beauty have the highest rate of distracted driving. And so they're actually doing a study that looks at mountains, trees, wildlife, that sort of thing. Is that my 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
If you wrap up, we'd
your
appreciate
time.
it. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else here who would like to speak in support of this application? I see no one in the room, so I'll check online. And so we have no one online. So with that, we can move to opposition. If you are here to speak in opposition to this item, I would ask you to come forward at this time. Same rules apply here. We need you to sign in. Each individual does have 3 minutes. And if you would help us by limiting the time of transition by moving to the front row so that we can move folks quickly and be efficient, I'd appreciate that.
Good morning. Could you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Please proceed.
This is the right program. My name is Larry Barrett. I'm with Scenic Colorado. I live at 2851 Tenderfoot Hill Street, which is in Colorado Springs, zip code 80906. So, Madam Chairwoman, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And fellow commissioners, look forward to squeezing a lot of information into 3 minutes. Scenic Colorado is an organization that's been around since the 1990s. Our mission is to preserve and enhance the visual environment, aesthetic character of the community and countrysides of Colorado. One of our main concerns is billboards, and in particular electronic billboards. But we also participate in the community. So we are a participant in the Adopt a Highway program of CDOT. So we actually do trash pickup along US 24 in this very area that we're talking about. We police the area starting about where Manitou Street goes underneath the US 24 down to Red Rock Canyon open space. I'd like to start by reminding us what the purpose is of billboard provisions and requirements. So this is in the sign code. The purpose is to limit the impact of billboards on the community, to improve the appearance of entryways into the community, such as Interstate 25 and Highway 24, to ensure compatibility between billboards and adjacent public uses, land uses, promote transportation safety, provide for the visual enjoyment of the community in the natural setting. I would submit that the proposal we have before us today are going to violate most of those purposes, and in particular, compromise traffic safety and aesthetics on the question. But it'd be remiss to not reflect on the last part of the purpose. It says billboards are a necessary and appropriate advertising medium. They are acceptable in viable locations. Well, in El Paso County, there are already 67 billboard locations that are part of the jurisdiction of the commissioners. And of those we have already heard, 11 of them are electronic. So the committees, the county's doing a fine job, we think, too fine a job of having too many billboards. With regard to, and I should point out that the billboards we're talking about here are some of the largest in the county, 378 square feet. Puts them right up at the top in terms of the distribution of county assets. Regarding the safety, there are a variety of studies. I'll point out several of them. One is showed that drivers' eyes are distracted from the road, been estimated to cause. That's not 3 minutes, is it?
Yes, sir, it is. If you would like to just wrap up your comments, we'd
I
appreciate
will
it.
wrap up my comments by saying they're unsafe. Public opinion is against billboards, and from a safety standpoint and from an aesthetic standpoint, and at least 4 of these conditions are not met, in our opinion, and those 4 are: electronic billboards will not be in harmony with the character of the neighborhood. Electronic billboards will create traffic hazards. Electronic billboards will cause light pollution, and electronic billboards will be detrimental to public health, safety, welfare, present and future residents. So
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you. I had submitted these comments earlier, so hopefully you had a chance to read those as part of the package.
We appreciate all comments are included in our package. Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Julie Wolf. I live at 47 Grand Avenue in Manitou Springs. I'm a 40-year Manitou resident. The allegation by Lamar that there are no negative safety impacts reminds me of the arguments previously made by tobacco industries that said there were no conclusive studies that tobacco smoking caused lung cancer. It's a distraction to drivers, and it is dangerous, and in the interests of our visitors as well as our residents, I would urge you to vote no on this. It's also a degradation of the beauty of our highway, which has been noted is beautifully treed up there with beautiful mountain views, and to be distracted by cell phones is no longer allowed. We're not allowed by state law to look at our text messages while we're driving for good reason, because distraction by written material is not safe. And for the same reason, I would urge this board to vote no. I just want to mention that there are political interests or potentially campaign contributions made by Lamar, but that as this body is well aware, you have a fiduciary and ethical obligation to do what is best in the best interests of your constituents and of our residents and our visitors. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition?
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for saving money by keeping the heat down in here. My major concern is distraction. And in terms of that, I just want to go back to the Latin roots of advertising. Ad means to turn, it means to turn to. So advertising is to cause people to turn.
Ma'am, if you would please speak
Okay.
into the microphone. Yeah,
Okay,
we're having a
sorry.
bit of a hard time hearing you. Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry. The very term of advertising from the Latin means to turn to.
Ma'am, could you repeat your name for the record, please?
Judith Rice Jones, and I did sign in.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. To turn to. So I think the very purpose of advertising is to get our attention and to cause it to turn to. I first came to Colorado Springs well into the last century as a student at Colorado College. I had the incredible good fortune to be in as a freshman in McGregor Hall with a window that looked to the west at Pikes Peak, and I thought, oh my God, how could I have been so lucky? Our setting is just irreplaceable and something that I think we need to always think of in terms of protecting to the extent that we can. For the last 30 years, I was a faculty member at UCCS, and one of my colleagues in psychology is a specialist in perception. And I had him once before address the topic of signage and the concern that it's always captures your attention. That's part of its purpose. And anything that captures your attention is necessarily a diversion. It's especially a diversion for older drivers, and the National Highway Transportation Department recognized that back in 2011 in Colorado Springs. That impacted us because they required that all of the signage, especially on street signs, be increased in terms of the size of the print. In the North End, we were able to put larger signs, for example. So there are many more older drivers on the road, which is also a growing concern for those of us who are older drivers to have any kind of distraction. I also looked at 3 different reports from the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration and did not come up with the same conclusions that the prior speaker in defense of the billboards came up with. They say that distracted driving causes over 78% of collisions, and they actually called out billboards and mobile phones as primary information sources that create these visual distractions. The other thing I wanted to call to your attention, if you're not already aware of it, is we have a faculty member at CU Denver who published this book called Killed by a Traffic Engineer. He has degrees in both traffic engineering and in city planning. And one of the main things that he talks about in this book is distraction. Signage is developed, that whole purpose is to distract driving. And it's a key, it's very, very well documented as a major resource, a major issue in causing accidents. So for me, as a mother, as a grandmother, longtime resident of the privilege of living in this incredibly beautiful country, I ask you to vote no on this proposal. Thanks very much.
Okay, if there's anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Gary Bradley. I live at 3760 Camel's View. I've been a 55-year resident of Colorado Springs. I'm appearing here on behalf of the Colorado Mountain Reclamation Foundation. We're the people that have been healing the mountain scars since '94. That's Snyder Quarry, Queens, and Pikeview. And I think we've got a success story. What we're doing is restoring the natural beauty of the backdrop. I also serve on the board of the Friends of the Garden of the Gods, and I've been at the visitor's desk numerous times talking to people. We have about 4,500,000 visitors per year that go through there. It's been interesting to me, all the questions and all of the comments, I've never heard anybody say they came to Colorado Springs to look at our billboards or our electronic billboards. They came here for natural beauty. It's interesting to me today that for the first time, Lamar is here. I know Lamar pretty well. I knew the previous manager. No citizens have spoken up for them. Nobody wants additional billboards. Additionally, I think it's important that the Highway 24 corridor, we preserve that pristine corridor. There are no electronic billboards between I-25 west to the boundary. And I think that preserving that natural corridor is paramount. I think you have an opportunity, a tipping point today, to help us enjoy the natural beauty of Colorado Springs, which is why most of us live here and why most of the tourists come. please deny this application. It's a tipping point for other billboards to be converted on that corridor. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition?
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is John Shada, and I urge you to deny Lamar Advertising's applications for electronic billboards along US 24, both in Cascade and on Ridge Road. These applications propose converting existing static billboards into glaring electronic signs capable of changing displays with your own code up to every 4 seconds. Each sign is a large 378 square foot sign, and the Cascade location features 2 faces now in this application. Both these signs are now enlarged, almost 30% larger per face. These electronic billboards pose unacceptable risks to highway safety. Digital advertising demonstratively takes drivers' eyes away from the road for unsafe periods. Our eyes are instinctively drawn to objects that change and are of different brightness regardless of context. So we've got animals that are crossing at this point, pedestrians and cyclists at all these locations. Beyond safety, these billboards are a direct assault on the aesthetic integrity and natural beauty of the scenic corridor along US 24. Notably, along especially the Red Rock Canyon signage that I'll speak to real quick so I don't have to repeat myself for the next one. City of Colorado Springs even purchased billboards to have them removed for that open space. I'm going to also submit to you with my comments 180 signatures that are in opposition to this. I would ask that even I would ask you that you would protect America the Beautiful from more visual pollution, preserve our highway safety along this entire corridor, and uphold the quality of life that defines the Pikes Peak region. Thank you very much.
I actually have a question for you, sir. You said you serve on the Manitou City Council Board.
Yes, I do.
So I find it very interesting that you're here today speaking about safety. Do you know what the number of people who are in car accidents that are partaking in marijuana are compared to the number of people who may be distracted by a billboard?
No, I don't.
But Manitou allows the sale of marijuana, correct? We
That's
don't
right.
here in El Paso County. That's probably one of the strongest reasons. So I'm interested in your reasoning then on why the city would allow such a dangerous thing. We know lots of studies about what's so dangerous and allow people to partake and purchase marijuana up in Manitou Springs and then drive down these corridors that are really dangerous. So how do you compare that in terms of danger? How do you justify that?
Well, my comment is that that was not a decision I made. That was a decision of our voters. And so the voters of Manitou Springs did approve both those applications. I'd like to also remind you that there are now up to 88 of those locations that are allowed in Colorado Springs.
We don't govern Colorado Springs, so that's not something I'm asking about here. But I'm just asking, do you recognize that being concerned about distraction when we have so many other things that are far more deadly to drivers is a bit of a hypocrisy, let's say?
Madam Chair, I'm not here to speak about marijuana. I'm here to speak about these two items.
But I'm here to ask you questions, sir. You inserted yourself as a city council member of another jurisdiction into the jurisdiction of El Paso County. So I get to ask the questions today. So I'd like for you to answer the question, please.
Like I said earlier, I don't have any comment on that because I'm only here to speak on the billboards. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? Okay, so we will close the public input portion of this hearing. We will ask the applicant to come back up for a rebuttal.
First, I just want to acknowledge everyone who did take the time to be here or to write letters. I know that's an important part of the process. I can tell you that a lot of these letters did come in 2 days before this, and there were quite a lot, and it doesn't necessarily sit easy with me, but we personally, as an organization here locally, read through a lot of these letters. It's something that we take into consideration. What I did take away is that this hearing isn't about whether billboards belong in El Paso County. The county's code recognizes that billboards are necessary and appropriate advertising medium with acceptable and viable locations. This site already has an existing lawful illuminated billboard, so it's an established viable location. I think the question before us this morning is whether the conversion meets the applicable code and criteria, and I would say respectfully, we submit that the record demonstrates that it does. And I understand why digital raises concerns, especially I know there's been a lot of, I'll just say incorrect information that's being passed around in email chains and even on social media about how they operate. And if they operated in that manner, I'm 100% in agreement. I live here, I raise a family here, I hike at Red Rocks. If they operated in that way, we would not be in favor of this. What I believe is that El Paso County's Land Development Code has already addressed these fears with the restrictions that are in place. And I would say that these restrictions are some of the strictest that I've ever had to work with. I've worked in Texas briefly, and a few other local jurisdictions. I've talked to many people. For context, Colorado Springs does allow electronic on-premise advertising. It is the exact same technology. The only difference is content, and that's something that's been debated, but I'm not here to debate that. Many local jurisdictions allow people to install electronic messaging displays, and they are everywhere, that display content solely because that business takes place on the property where the sign is located. Ours are regulated to where we're not even allowed to do that. So when we put a billboard up, we're going to be putting it at the Mad Hatter Saloon if approved. We're not allowed to let him utilize that sign because it's not permitted to do that. We have to advertise others. Now, we act responsibly and don't put competitors or anything offensive, things like that. But electronic messaging displays are everywhere. And I would say we are far outnumbered by the number of on-premise digital advertising as opposed to off-premise. As I say, we have 11, and this is a large county. So, yeah, unfortunately, as I was saying, some descriptions that have passed around have not been accurate, and our display operates static in nature, meaning it doesn't operate really any differently in the way it displays content than what they currently are right now. Changes instantaneously. Once again, there's no animation, there's no movement, there's no flashing, flashing bright, is all things that I've heard and are all valid concerns. I would be very concerned about that, but we are operating to the standards of the code and even exceeding that. It's something we take seriously because we do live and work here. We've operated here in El Paso County for decades, and like I say, to my knowledge, 0 code violations or complaints about what we're operating. We take it very seriously. So I appreciate your time and consideration on the facts and the record. These are carefully thought out. They're code compliant modernizations at already approved locations. So we respectfully ask for approval as proposed.
Commissioner Williams.
I apologize if I missed it. You said there was one existing lighted billboard already on that portion of Highway 24. Is it with a business?
We have no electronic messaging displays. What I was trying to communicate is that there is already an existing sign there. We're asking to convert it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nelson.
I have a math word problem for
Okay.
you, which are
Well,
not
I
my
don't know if I'm the
favorite.
best to ask about math.
So with the images lasting for 8 seconds, do you have an estimate of, as someone is traveling at the speed that is rated there down the highway, how many images would be changing in their visual radius as they're
I
encountering the sign?
can't speak to fact, but I know if you're traveling at 65 to 70 miles an hour, you're traveling very quickly. I know that the billboards are all unique in how long that they are in our cone of visibility. But at 8 seconds at 65 miles per hour, I'm sure somebody, I wouldn't want to pull my phone out right now, but you're traveling a great distance. I wouldn't, in my personal opinion, think you would see more than 2. But
That's what I was
don't have
thinking.
the statistics on that because they're unique to every location. So
All right, thank you. I just wanted to kind of set that context that
Thank you.
the changeover would be not as frequent as someone is traveling down the highway
Correct.
and the impact of that changeover
And-
versus a static sign that's already there.
Yeah.
So, because that's what we're addressing today, whether to convert static to an electronic, there already is messaging there. It's now a matter of will someone see 2 messages or 1 message at a time?
Yeah.
Is sort of the estimate you're
Understood.
suggesting.
would say that's variable. And what I would also keep in mind is Lamar didn't come up with the standard of 8 seconds. This was something that was adopted based on safety, not only by the county, but also CDOT has the exact same standard. So in my opinion, that would mean that somebody smarter than I came up with those standards.
Well, and you said previously that it could even be down to 4, but you choose to do 8. And so-
Correct, yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay. All right. With that, I will just make sure before we move forward, there are no additional questions of staff. Okay, so for staff, we can have staff come back up, and then we have a commissioner question from Commissioner Weisong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a what-if type scenario. We're in the process of rewriting our land use code. Has there been any comments or suggestions to look at that, not only the change that's every 8 seconds, but the fact that some of that, the different colors, the different intensities where it may change, but it's going to be lower intensity, and that it would come to, full allowed illumination. It's just, I'm just, kind of curious where we might be with something like that.
Good morning, Commissioners. Megan Harrington, Planning Director. Sign code would fall in Module 2. We have just started to update Module 2. Right now, the answer is no. We have not considered any changes to the electronic message center or the billboard section of the code. That not to say that if someone doesn't bring that up, we would bring that forward to the Board of County Commissioners as a potential. I will say that that is not on my radar to do, to take a step in that direction. There are several communities in El Paso County that are actually looking to loosen up their electronic message center codes and allow more electronic message centers. And so it is not in our plan currently to look at tightening up or changing our sign code. But again, if we do hear those comments from the public or the decision makers, we can certainly bring that forward.
Thank you.
Okay, any last questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I will bring this up to commissioners for comments. Commissioner Weisong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the one redeeming value of the electronic messaging displays are the capability to broadcast alerts. I'm going to chuckle at the fact that it's a very difficult issue that we have at the county, whether it's city, county, just in general. Justin made the comment that he didn't know anything about peak alerts, and this has nothing to do with what is before us. But he brought up an idea that, okay, that could be good, but just as a general comment, that we have tried so hard through our Office of Emergency Management and various other methods to get everyone to sign up on peak alerts, because it is the way for us to communicate with the general public that we may have an issue somewhere and we need people to be alerted. So adding one more piece to that, because if you get a public alert, as Commissioner Nelson made the comment about not looking at your cell phone, if you're traveling and you see something along those lines, that's a benefit. The fact that I have very recent personal experience with I'm going to use the term flashing, but it's really the transition. It did startle me. It did cause me to, have to, okay, what just happened? So I consider that a safety issue. I would really like to see more investigation into that, I guess, the methodology of the transition. I agree the instantaneous is great, but that sudden blast of a completely different color, light, intensity, whatever it is, to me, I just can't approve this, and I'll be voting no.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes, I found myself in an interesting position here. I'll tell a story that goes back about 20 years, maybe 2002, 25 years, when I got lost in Garden of the Gods Park after dark. I think that there is, and that was just driving around. I eventually found my way home, obviously. But the point I give is if there are areas of the county where you want a night sky, or maybe a dark sky, I think that would be on this west side. And it's hard when you live in a county the size, the state of Delaware, to distinguish between having a lighted billboard out on Woodman by the Penrose Hospital, which I think is the last one we did, and a lighted billboard on Highway 24 near in what we used to call the no man's zone between Manitou Springs and Colorado Springs. And so I find myself agreeing with Commissioner Weissong on this one just because I think it's a night sky area, in all honesty, where a lighted billboard does not fit in. And so I'm going to be a no with Commissioner Weissong on this.
Commissioner Nelson?
I find that as we're assessing the criteria, I will be voting yes. The application meets the criteria regarding the third bullet point from the bottom. Special use will comply with all applicable local, state, and federal laws and regulations regarding air, water, light, and or noise pollution. So obviously light is something we need to consider in this instance. And the explanation of the barrier across the top of the billboard and that the functionality of the LED lights on electronic billboards actually are minimize the impact of the night sky pollution. I appreciate that. I have one of these kinds of billboards near my neighborhood, and a static billboard broadcasting light up is also going to provide some light pollution. And so considering this is a changeover from what's already there, a static billboard, which is already providing, I imagine, some light pollution as it's being, illuminated, versus an electronic billboard, and the difference of the functionality where it's directing the light down or out towards the people that are being intended to view it. I just don't see that being a concern in this, according to the criteria. And then I also appreciate that it will minimize the number of billboards and clutter along our roadways, which in that sense will actually preserve our natural beauty. Because if you didn't have the opportunity to change over the messaging, then you would have multiple billboards potentially being added. And then regarding the last bullet point where the special use conforms or will conform to all other applicable county rules, regulations, or ordinances. I find that to be the case here. So I will be voting in support of this application. Thank you.
We have one of these in my neighborhood. There's an easement between Southmore Drive and Mesa Ridge Parkway, and I don't think a single soul in Fountain has ever told the cop after the accident, "Oh, it was the billboard that distracted me." I like the idea of scrolling, like you said, not putting up multiple billboards, multiple signs. I get it. I live in an urban sprawl, so it's a different kind of situation. City limits of Fountain. But yeah, that's all I got on that side of the situation.
I'll just add my comments. I really appreciate the discussion here. I think these discussions are valuable for us to discuss what the different aspects is that we are seeing. I have to agree with Commissioner Nelson on this does meet our criteria. One of the things that is a bit concerning to me is that we ask applicants to meet certain standards. And today what I feel like we have done in many circumstances is now debate what those standards are. And that's not the proper place for those debates. When we have said this is what we believe is safe, we can't come back and litigate what's safe. And I also do believe that we have an obligation to look at what the national standards are. Sometimes we deviate from those, and we should always have good, thoughtful reasons on why we do things that we do. But in this case, I just fundamentally disagree that we should be litigating what those standards are at this point. And I also am, hearing some of the concerns. I, of course, always have concerns about safety. I just think that they fall very flat when I think about what the environment is that we're talking about. Someone brought up that, we're no longer allowed to use, look at our text messages while we're driving. That's true, but we didn't ban cell phones. We require some personal responsibility from the driver. There are distractions everywhere in our lives. And so, they fall flat to me of being legitimate reasons to look at safety concerns on this. We've got a screen that we just said, we may see one message, we may see two messages. Meanwhile, on the dash of my vehicle, I've got all kinds of things going on. And again, we didn't ban cell phones. You can put your cell phone right up on a holder of sorts, and it can be doing all kinds of things. We can use navigation, which can be a distraction as well as a help. And if we're going to start banning all of the things that could potentially be a distraction, in addition to the fact that I think that's wholly improper for this body to start relitigating what that criteria could be, when we've said 4 to 8 seconds is safe, to now try to say we're not sure that that's safe. We already determined that. This hearing is about applying that to this application. But if we're going to start banning things that could be a distraction, you're going to have to add kids to that list. Because there are a million. I also appreciate the gentleman who said, mountains and trees can be distracting too. And boy, isn't that the truth. I mean, the leaf peepers for certain, I'm sure, have caused a few accidents along this way. And so I just don't feel that it is reasonable or utilizing common sense in this instance to utilize that, especially when this meets our criteria. Respectfully to Commissioner Williams on the night sky comments, maybe there are those areas that should be, but this is not one. It already has a static billboard that is lighted. So we're not debating on whether it should be night sky. We're saying it already has this, and we're just converting it. And I appreciate Commissioner Nelson pointing that out. I agree that it's a different type of lighting, but it is not, I don't think, more egregious than the other. It has met the criteria. I will be in support of this application.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That criteria, the special use will not otherwise be detrimental, et cetera, et cetera. For me, it was safety. I attempted to explain why I felt it was unsafe, and that there's a mechanism that could be looked at down the road. But as it was presented today, Utilizing the criteria in front of us, second to the last bullet, I consider this detrimental to driver safety.
Okay, well, we have had comments. Are there any additional comments from commissioners at this time? Commissioner Williams.
I was just looking at bullet 2. It's not in harmony with the character of the neighborhood. So that's it. Let's go
Okay,
for a vote.
with that, I will ask for a motion.
I move to approve this application.
Second.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. I will call the roll. Commissioner Weisong.
No.
Commissioner Nelson.
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
No.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 3-0. Sorry, I always do that. I'm so used to saying that. 3-2. Thank you. We're always so much in agreement here that sometimes it throws me when I have to get to one of those. I appreciate your help there, Commissioner Williams. Okay, before we move on to item B, I think we want to probably take a quick comfort break. So we will be in recess. Commissioner Weisong, if we could. I will call this meeting back to order, and we are on item 7B.
Item number 6B is a special use 3627 West Colorado Avenue electronic message display billboard conversion, a request by Lamar Advertising for approval of a special use to allow for electronic message display conversion of an existing billboard in a restricted corridor. Conversion of an existing static display billboard within any restricted corridor requires Board of County Commissioners approval. The property is zoned C2 commercial and is located along the Highway 24 corridor at 3627 West Colorado Avenue. This item was heard as a called-up consent item at the August 21st, 2025 Planning Commission meeting and was recommended for approval with a vote of 6-0. Three citizens spoke in opposition with concerns about safety and aesthetics. Parcel number 74033240067, Commissioner District Number 3, file AL 25002, Miranda Benson, Associate Planner, Planning and Community Development.
Thank you. Again, Miranda Benson, El Paso County Planning, presenting for you AL 252. This is another electronic message display EMD billboard conversion. I will be presenting this item as well as Joe Sandstrom for engineering once again. If there are any participants online or remotely that would like to be called in to speak, please email that information, your name and phone number, to pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. Briefly going to cover our hearing procedure. We will first have the presentation made by staff, then the applicant. We will then move into public comments, citizens for, then against. Then the applicant will have a chance for rebuttal. The board may ask any questions for staff, and then the final part of this presentation is going to, or the procedure is going to be the decision made by the Board of County Commissioners. The request before you today is by Lamar Advertising for special use of an electronic message display conversion of an existing single-sided billboard along a restricted corridor, Highway 24. There is no proposed change to the dimension, height, or location of this billboard. Conversion of any existing static to EMD requires Board of County Commissioners approval when along a restricted corridor. This property is in C2 commercial zoning, and as part of the special use request, the applicant will be addressing their lighting design standards similar to the last item. Criteria for approval of a special use is in the staff report packets and then is presented before you now. They will also be made available during the public comment portion of this hearing. The Planning Commission did hear this item on August 21st. The discussion included the aesthetics of billboards, especially electronic messaging along Highway 24, the existing billboard's proximity to Red Rock Canyon open space, as well as potential impacts on traffic and safety. The Planning Commission did recommend approval with a vote of 6-0 at that meeting. This is an aerial image showing this site as well as street view imagery of the existing static billboard. The C2 commercial zoning does allow for off-premise signs as special use. And this is a site plan depiction provided with the application showing the existing billboard on site. And again, there will be no change to location. This is a depiction of as existing and as proposed. Signs off premise do require board approval when converting to EMD along a restricted corridor, and then the lighting standards as measured along the property line shall not exceed 0.1 foot candles in our development standards that will be addressed by the applicant during his presentation. This is the lighting plan that was provided with this application. The key area of influence for this property is the Pikes Peak area, which is identified with tourism, strengthening the county's overall economy, and advertising is an expected use along that corridor. The area of change is within the transition area, and while conversion of the existing billboard is not anticipated to impact the character of this corridor, the master plan does anticipate significant changes to occur within identified transition areas. And then the place type is urban residential, which is characterized by a mixed use of density and proximity to incorporated areas. I'm going to invite Joe up for any traffic questions and drainage.
Hello, Joe Sandstrom, Department of Public Works, Associate Engineer. For the traffic for this one, it's very similar to the previous billboard. Traffic impact study was not required because it met the exemption. No public improvements are required, and the El Paso County road impact fee does not apply. For drainage, very similar to the previous one with one exception. Drainage and erosion impacts are negligible to this application, and drainage and grading erosion control plan were not required. The difference with this one is the existing billboard is within a FEMA floodplain zone AE. Both the county staff and the regional floodplain administrator had no comments regarding that because there's no proposed structures in there. It's just the existing structure, and the impact is considered to be negligible. Are there any comments on traffic or drainage? Okay. Thank you.
I don't see any. Thank you.
All right. Public notice was provided to the community via mailed out letters to the standard 500-foot surrounding range, and the poster was placed on the property, and public comment has been provided both in your staff report packets as well as in person. There are members of the public that would like to speak on this item. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Looks like none.
Perfect. I will invite Lamar Advertising up to present their application.
Thank you.
Good morning again. As you'll notice, this presentation is going to be very similar to the previous project. That's intentional because both of these projects follow the same standards and compliance requirements. While some of this might feel repetitive, I just believe it's important to walk through each project fully so that the record clearly reflects compliance. So once again, my name is Justin Johnston. I'm the real estate manager with Lamar Advertising. I'm here today to present a request to convert an additional permitted billboard into an electronic message display or EMD. This is not a new structure or a new location. Lamar has operated here once again since 1991. This sign is located at 3627 West Colorado Avenue. That address is a little bit misleading because it's on the backside of that property and faces Highway 24. It's been in place since 1992. It's in a commercial zone, and it's a legal and conforming use. The proposal is to convert this time a single face into an EMD. There will be no changes to the height or size on this one. We have an easement, and the sign requires no public infrastructure or services to operate. This is just a modernization of the existing structure. Once again, EMDs offer a wide range of benefits. Where the traditional sign will allow only one advertiser, this will allow 8. This makes advertising more accessible to small businesses in El Paso County. We provide nonprofit time, Amber Alerts, emergency weather alerts, so to help support the community beyond advertising. This sign is programmed to dim per code automatically based on ambient light conditions, will not exceed 500 nits at night. It has an automatic shut-off feature in the event of a malfunction, and each message will stay on screen for at least 8 seconds. No flashing, no video, no animation. We worked with Daktronics, the manufacturer, to complete a photometric analysis, which will confirm compliance with both the county and CDOT standards. CDOT allows 0.3 foot candles. We will be well below that. 0.1 foot candles at the property line is what the county states. Our light study, as similar to the last one, shows worst case scenario, but typical operating conditions show that we are within compliance of both county and CDOT code. The sign sits in the C2 commercial zone. Every adjacent property is zoned for commercial or similar use. This is not a residential setting. The upgrade is compatible with the area zoning and land use and does not add traffic, strain services, or alter site access. It's a passive structure that's already in use. The county has recognized that billboards are a necessary and appropriate advertising medium. There are acceptable locations for them, and this project is in one of those locations. We're not asking for a new sign. We're just upgrading one that already exists, and it aligns with the intent of the land use code and helps meet advertising demand once again without the need to build new structures. I would say if we can put 8 advertisers per face, this one conversion eliminates the need for 7 other structures, just for context. Quick comparison shows how EMD increases efficiency and public benefit. More advertisers using the same structure, public safety messaging becomes possible, light is controlled through technology, and the structure can be remotely shut off if something goes wrong. Once again, we've been operating here since 1991. I think our record is excellent. I've never seen a code complaint, and I would just like to reflect that. Our local office manages all of our structures. We work hard to ensure compliance, along with community partnership. We maintain our own structures, coordinate closely with local planners, and we operate within CDOT regulations. This conversion is a low impact upgrade. It has significant community benefits, supports local businesses, provides a proven platform for emergency alerts, meets all regulatory standards, and reduces the need for future billboard construction. Once again, I really want to dive into safety. It's something that we do take seriously. Safety is our first priority in everything that we do. And we will not do anything that compromises that. What I'd like to say is the Federal Highway Administration, it's an independent study that's come out. This isn't an industry study by a billboard company. The Federal Highway Administration, I would think, would be easily verifiable as independent from this issue. And they have verified that there have been no increase in accidents associated with the installation of static billboards or electronic messaging displays. And beyond just the studies, we are meeting every section of code required under El Paso County and CDOT. That includes the hold time, the nighttime brightness capped at 500 nits with automatic dimming, no animation, no video, no flashing. So we are bringing these signs fully into compliance as written with the most up-to-date safety requirements while modernizing them for community benefit. Once again, more than just the Federal Highway Safety Administration doing studies, there have been studies by many local jurisdictions, Albuquerque, Rochester, Cleveland, Pennsylvania, more than I care to name. And those findings have been consistent as well. And that's whether you look at a conventional board or an electronic message display, accident data shows no statistical relationship between their presence and vehicle crashes. In fact, accident rates near these signs are comparable to similar sections of highways that have no billboards at all. So the bottom line, once again, is that accidents are going to occur. Distracted driving is an issue for accidents, but studies have been done that shown that the billboards are not to be looked at as the only distraction. Your radio, your children, the scenery, all of that can come into play when we talk about, 78% of all accidents are caused by distraction. So I think it's important that we take that as a whole and not just tie that onto a billboard itself. Once again, we use these to display public safety messaging. This is something that we are not required to do, but we choose to do because we are a part of this community. Once again, in the event of wildfires, winter weather, same goes for mountain travel warnings. We can display all of that information. And when I say we have 8 slots, that's dedicated to advertisers. But regardless of if we were sold out on advertising at all 8 slots, we do have a 9th slot dedicated that goes to the emergency messaging. So it's not something that gets left out if we just happen to be fortunate enough to have a full slate of advertisers. Electronic displays have proven life-saving value. I think the Amber Alerts, once again, is my favorite thing about this. Every time I receive an Amber Alert on my phone, I'm glad to get it and to be receiving that notification. But I can read a description and then walk out in public and see that very person, and I just don't think I can translate a written description. So what we do add, and is already displayed on our existing structures, is the photo element. And to me, that's absolutely my favorite thing. FEMA case studies show that these are also used for fast, reliable messaging during emergencies. And this information is able to be displayed instantly. It just takes a matter of programming. I can say that as soon as we receive notice, we can have content up in less than 5 minutes. That's not possible with the static structures. And this project, once again, it's not about adding a new structure. It's about responsibly upgrading the existing legal billboard. Our photometric study confirms that light levels are well below the county limits, and natural vegetation and topography help buffer the views. By converting to digital, we also reduce maintenance trips, eliminate vinyl waste, which makes this both a cleaner and more efficient solution. Are there any additional questions?
Any questions from commissioners at this time? I see none. Okay, we will just ask if there are any additional questions for staff at this time. Okay, so I think we're ready to move on to public input, and we will begin in support of this application. So if you are here to speak in support, same rules apply, of course. So state your name for the record. Make sure you've signed in, and you will have your 3 minutes.
Absolutely. My name is Trevin Wex. I failed to mention last time that I am the Vice President and General Manager of Lamar Advertising. One thing I wanted to mention with regards to this sign, in reading public comments, there was understandably concern about its impact on the Red Rocks open space. I'm a huge user of that space as both a mountain biker and a hiker, so I completely understand that. One of the comments stated that this would be visible from the trails, which concerned me. We have a sign right in front of Red Rocks open space on so it's west and south of where the one is that we're looking to convert. And it's legal as well. It's one we could have converted and would probably do better for us because it's a taller sign, more visible. We chose not to specifically because it was very visible from Red Rocks open space. So I went out 2 days ago and went to all the trailheads in Red Rocks to see if that was true, that we could see the sign from there. I was able to only see a fraction of it from a single trailhead at the parking lot, and then not any of the distance of the trails. So it really is not impacting, and there actually is already an electronic message display about a half mile from this space that is very visible from Red Rocks, which is a CDOT sign. It's not an advertising sign, but there's already one there. So I believe that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to speak in support of this application? Seeing none in the room and none online, we will move to opposition. So if you would like to speak in opposition, again, same rules apply. Please make sure you've signed in, state your name clearly for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. And again, if you will move towards that front row so that we can minimize transition time in between speakers. Thank you.
Good morning again. My name is Larry Barrett, 2851 of Tenderfoot Hill Street, Colorado Springs. Speaking on behalf of Scenic Colorado, if I may, I'm going to address some of the points now that I did not cover earlier, if that's fair.
Sir, you can use your 3 minutes however you'd like.
Okay, thank you. So I will address the safety issue. There's 4 studies that I would point out. One was distracting drivers' eyes off the road has been estimated to cause more than 23% of all crashes. This was done by Professor Clower at Virginia Tech in 2006. A second study is eyes are drawn to an object of different illuminance regardless of any interest in the irrelevant stimulus. So if you're driving along and you may not want to look off to the side, the fact that something's happening off to the side, the eyes go that direction. Done by a study by Mr. Thebe. A third study was distractions of 2 seconds or longer increase the likelihood of a crash by 3.7 times, again by a Virginia Tech study. Lastly, a good summary of this, digital advertising distracts drivers' eyes away from the road for extended, demonstrably unsafe, emphasize that word, unsafe periods of time. This was a report by the National Cooperative Highway Research Program by the guru of all these studies, a fellow named Jerry Wachtel. What I didn't put in the comments that I'd sent in is that Wachtel has looked at some of the data for studies sponsored by the Outdoor Advertising Association. And whereas the association said there's no connection, there's no statistical connection, Jerry Wachtel looked at it and said, but they didn't do the right statistical analysis. If you looked at that same outdoor advertising study using different analysis, in fact, it contradicted what the outdoor advertising organizations were saying. So in fact, there is an unsafe reaction or unsafe period of time. Public opinion is against billboards and electronic billboards, for example. Florida, 90% opposition. Houston, 81%. Missouri, 78%. Rhode Island, 67%. And even a Colorado study was done some years ago, 80% of the public is opposed to billboards. Towards the end here, it's fair to conclude, I think, that it's good for business and tourism, as indicated by how the other jurisdictions in Colorado treat billboards. Many counties ban new billboards, including electronic billboards. This includes Teller, Douglas, Denver, Jefferson, Boulder, and Clear Creek. I'll finish with one comparison here. There are these 7 criteria that we're supposed to use to evaluate these applications. I would submit that criteria number 2 is violated. So in other words, electronic billboards will not be in harmony with the character of the neighborhood. Criteria 4 is invalid. Electronic billboards will create traffic hazards. We just heard about that. Number 5, electronic billboards will cause light pollution. And we've talked a little bit about that. Last, number 6, electronic billboards will be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare, present and future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. I'll invite up the next speaker who'd like to speak in opposition, please.
Thank you. My name is Julie Wolf. I live at 47 Grand Avenue in Manitou Springs. For the last 5.5 years, I've been an at-large city councilor on the Manitou Springs City Council, and before that, I was 10 years as a planning commissioner in Manitou. I would like to direct your attention to the second criteria that you're required to consider, which is whether the special use is in harmony with the character of the neighborhood. And Madam Chair, I appreciate your displeasure with the Manitou residents and the Colorado Springs residents for voting in favor of recreational marijuana being sold. I appreciate that, but I trust that you will nonetheless be willing to focus on our legal criteria, including the harmony with character. I want to draw to your attention that the Manitou Springs City Council in your packet submitted a unanimous letter asking you to vote no on this matter. It was only submitted yesterday morning, so I hope it's in your packet. As you probably know, the Manitou Springs city is a historic neighborhood and has preserved its historic character, and that the old Colorado City part of Colorado Springs is also historic and quite Western with its architecture and the vibe there to try and maintain the old-fashioned look. And I'd submit that the electronic billboards are more urban looking, more modern looking, that they may fit in certain parts of Colorado Springs and certainly in Las Vegas, but that they are not appropriate for this section of town. The entrance, as you know, to Red Rock Canyon, it is right there off the highway, and that's a beautiful, cherished area where the natural setting is like Garden of the Gods, dark, quiet, and beautiful. And while only a portion of this sign would be visible from the trailhead, I'd submit that it would be more consistent with the character of the neighborhood for there to have the sign that's existing remain there, just the regular old-fashioned billboard, and not the fancy, nice electronic billboard that is more modern in style. Thank you. That's all I have.
Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, Gary Bradley again, 3760 Campbell's View. I'm the natural beauty guy. You heard my pitch before, probably do the same thing. I want to compliment Hal Ward when he was the head of the sign company. We were very successful in dealing with him, and Hal kept these electronic billboards off of the I-25 to the boundary of the West 24 corridor. I think he had his offices were on that corridor. He could have certainly put electronic billboards, but he elected not to. The other thing I would encourage Lamar to think about is turning these electronic billboards off at 11 o'clock and then turning them back on at 6 o'clock in the morning. They have done that. It's on Bradley Road, and it turns off on a curve. They were convinced that it was a safety issue, so they have the capacity to be flexible. I'm opposed to this. I'm opposed to this sign. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who'd like to speak in opposition to this item?
Hello, I'm David Bollier. I live in Manitou Springs, 17 Escondido Valle. I will say one of the things from my experience with this particular issue is I have worked on the trails in Red Rock Canyon, and I am on the board of Red Rock Friends of Red Rock Canyon presently, though I'm not representing the Friends today, though the Friends did write a comment in opposition to the billboard. I want to make that clear there. I have also picked up trash along the highway with Scenic Colorado beforehand. I want to say a few words. The proposed conversion of a billboards across from Red Rock Canyon to an electronic message display billboard is obscene to me. People using Red Rock Canyon for outdoor activities will see electronic billboard coming to Red Rock Canyon while using the open space and while leaving it. I will make note, I heard a comment say that, hey, from the trailheads, you may not see it, but that's the trailheads. People walking on the trails will be able to see it. Many local people are passionate about Red Rock Canyon open space. They almost see it like a mini garden of the gods. They'll let you know an extension of it they can use. No cars are allowed in the open space, so people can enjoy hiking, biking, horseback riding without the traffic in that area. I will point out, anybody hiking and using Red Rock Canyon will see the changes that they talk about. They're not traveling at 65 miles per hour. A new electronic billboard will not fit in with the appearance. People are looking for Red Rock Canyon, and it will be viewed as vandalism like in the area. When Red Rock Canyon was purchased by the city of Colorado Springs, they gained control of 2 billboards at the entrance. Once the advertising licenses were expired, those billboards were put down, just to let you know. These billboards did not fit into the character of what was happening. The unincorporated area that the county controls with you all here is a small area, blocks, that is surrounded by both the city of Colorado Springs and Manitou Springs. Both cities do not allow electronic message displays. This does not fit in harmony or the character of the neighborhoods around it. And I want to bring that out very strongly. Again, they do not allow this, and yet we are looking at allowing this. I will say one other thing about it right here is that animals crossing Highway 24 to get water from Fountain Creek, picking up trash one time, I counted over a dozen deer carcasses, along with many other animals. It is a dangerous area at this point right now, and I just want to keep that fact in mind. I'm not commenting on whether distraction with the billboard, but I don't see it helping the situation. Again, I want to say to you, keeping in the character of the area, Red Rock Canyon open space, everything around there. That's a very important point to make. Please reject this. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition?
Yes, I'm Larry Galloway. I am at 30 Via Piedras in Manitou Springs, and my property kind of overlooks this entire area. So we have just invested quite a bit in this property. And my concern is, in addition to the prior speakers, around the criterion of special use being in harmony with the character of the neighborhood. I recognize there's an existing billboard. I want to kind of focus on the distinction between a traditional static billboard and electronic billboard and the correlation with lower housing value, property values tied to that. So you can, one of the, maybe the benefits and the dangers of large language models and AI tools is you can correlate a lot of data pretty quickly. Now you got to drill down in the details, but there are a number of studies that have correlated lower property values with digital billboards as compared to static billboards. That is my primary concern as a homeowner. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition on this item? See none in the room. Do we have anyone online? Okay. At this point, I'm just going to double check and make sure, do we have any additional questions for staff? Okay, we do have one. Commissioner Nelson.
In the presentation, can you speak to the map? It's on slide 8, the zoning map, and there's some different coloring. And on the following slide 9, it says that this is a commercial area, but can you just speak a little bit to what those different colors are on the map there?
Sure. So the site is, let me try to make it bigger. The site is surrounded by the gray line. Everything in pink is C2, which is a commercial zoning district. CS is kind of a darker shade. That is also a commercial zoning district. And CC in orange is also a commercial zoning district. R4, it became a PUD, so that would be more like a build your own zoning. I did not do any research into whether that's commercial or residential, but I know that every property surrounding this is commercial.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all the question I have.
Okay, with that, we will close the hearing here and bring it up here for discussion.
Did you want applicant rebuttal?
Oh, goodness, I am off today. Good thing I'm drinking my coffee. Yes, we will ask the applicant to come up for rebuttal.
Good afternoon, maybe at this point. A lot of what I'm hearing is the same concerns, and once again, I do want to acknowledge that Red Rocks has been taken into consideration. Honestly, it's the place that I've hiked more with my family than anybody because it's very easily accessible. One of my favorite things about Red Rocks is it is easily accessible because it's near a commercial corridor. It doesn't take long to get there. You don't have to drive. But once you park and you go to the trailheads, everything goes away from Highway 24. So once you enter these trails, and I've verified with site visits, I have photos, it's not visible from the trail. So it's something that's taken into consideration. But beyond that, the light study will show that there is no light spill into Red Rocks at all. Even under worst case scenarios. So I just want to be clear about that. I do have many photos that we went out and took when these concerns came in a couple of days ago. I'd be happy to go through, but only if you'd prefer that I do.
I'll just ask if there's a request from any of the commissioners to go through those photos. Commissioner Wysong.
You made the comment that no light spills into Red Rocks. Explain why, if you could.
So the light dissipates over a distance, and I can actually get back to the light study. Apologies. What we see here is a light study that shows, and it's a little bit fuzzy, unfortunately, in a PowerPoint, but it shows distance every 200 feet from all different angles. And as you can see, as you get out to 600 feet, which I measured the nearest trailhead was almost a quarter mile away, just for context. But as you see, you get to the end of this light study, particularly, this is straight ahead. This is typically where you're going to have your brightest light readings, is directly in front of the sign straight out. As you get out to 600 feet, this is under worst case scenario. So not actually how it operates. This is if it were malfunctioning on all white content, it shows 1/100th of a foot candle. Now the technical code is 10.10 foot candles, but in actuality, that's a 0 because we don't display all white content. And if that were to happen, the sign would shut off.
Does it have any impact that all the trees are in bloom and help shelter some of the sides? As you look at one of those slides, it's kind of tucked back.
Yes, and the trees are actually a benefit. I know a lot of concerns are coming from Manitou Springs, and once again, that's being taken into consideration. But you can see just on this lighting diagram that this is where the sign is. It is surrounded by towering trees that all shield this from Old Colorado City, even that existing parcel that it's on. So light is very much shielded from anything behind it. In addition, light is all shining. Probably shouldn't use the word shining, but light is all shining outwards towards Highway 24. But there is tons of tree cover. If you look at this large group of trees, in addition, is what obscures very much that sign going into Red Rocks. Once you're in these parking lots, as I say, we went and took pictures. I'm not going to tell you that you can't find the sign, but you have to look for it. And I am a billboard guy, and with that becomes the curse that I always look at billboards. And I have never noticed that billboard personally while I'm at Red Rocks. And that's not for lack of effort for trying when these comments came in. So,
What would you say the percentage of those trees are deciduous versus evergreen?
I really, honestly, I couldn't tell you that. I'm not a tree person, so I couldn't answer that. But they are very much towering, and even so, the lights that are behind it, they'll obscure the structure. But once again, the light is never going to go behind the structure, only outwards. And those ones at Red Rocks, I have not paid much attention to as far as what they are. So,
thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, now I will ask for any additional, if you have finished with your rebuttal, sir, I'll ask for any additional questions for staff before we close the public hearing. Okay, seeing none, we will bring it up here for comments from commissioners. Commissioner Wysong.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. All my objections to the previous 7A still hold, but I will also follow up. And so item 6, which is the public safety, but I'll add also number 2, it doesn't fit in. And looking at one of the slides, it really looks like this is the majority of deciduous trees. I do know my trees. And the fact that when all the trees lose their leaves, it is going to allow more visibility. And so again, it just reinforces both number 2 and number 6 safety. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any additional comments. I'll just add a few on this. Again, I really think that this meets our criteria. I fundamentally disagree that this is a safety issue, especially when we have these particular requirements built into our code that have been met. In addition to that, I am concerned by the fact that, again, I'll be clear, this is not in Manitou Springs. I find it very inappropriate that the board would even take an action on this. It is under the jurisdiction of El Paso County and the commissioners that sit here today. So I haven't heard a lot about, I hear it's incompatible with the neighborhood, but I've not have anyone really mention a neighborhood. I've mentioned a city and what a city wants. I've mentioned it's just what we like. And so I really haven't heard anything about a neighborhood that is surrounding it. It seems to be, again, extrapolated out to just what people like that are in the community at much more enlarged. So again, those arguments fall flat with me. I do not think that that in any way negates that particular criteria. We've, again, have addressed the safety. It seems to be in line with requirements that have been widely studied. And I'll just say, I can understand the desire to preserve, though I don't think that that truly falls into the criteria here. But if we're going by that, we'd still ask for horses and buggies to be coming down the street. At some point, we do have to realize that technology and things change. And I'm a conservative. I like to conserve the past as much as possible. But in this case, it just seems that this is an appropriate update considering the technological changes that does have many benefits. And it is, quite frankly, an inevitable part of us moving forward as a society. So I will again be in support of this application. Commissioner Nelson.
I just wanted to comment that I appreciate the applicant drawing out the study by the Federal Highway Administration and addressing safety concerns. And again, the fact that this is an application to convert a static to an electronic billboard. It's not a discussion of whether we want to allow billboards to be put up in El Paso County. And, you know, if that is a conversation that board members would like to have, we are reviewing our land use codes at this time, and that's something we could pursue. But given what is already established and the criteria before us, I find this application also to meet the criteria, and just the similar reasons that the lighting pollution is negligent compared to what a static display where it would be a spotlight constant. And I appreciate that these electronic billboards take into account the ambient lighting that's surrounding it and can adjust. I think that's a positive. And then similarly, that it actually minimizes the amount of clutter along our roadways, that we can cycle messages and not have multiple billboards put into place. And the regulations that have been set by state, CDOT, El Paso County are met through this application. So I will be voting yes.
Okay, no, it looks like no additional comments, so I'll ask for a motion.
I move to approve this application.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. I will call the roll. Commissioner Weissel.
No.
Commissioner Nelson.
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate.
Aye.
Vice Chair Williams.
No.
And the chair votes aye. I'll get it right this time. That passes 3-2. Okay, we are on to item 8.
Item number 8 is a variance of use, Spats Road, additional dwelling unit, a request by Jason and Emily Schott for approval of a variance of use on 5.15 acres to allow an additional dwelling unit in the RR5 residential rural district. The property is addressed as 2865 Spats Road and located approximately 1.6 miles northwest of the intersection of Interstate 25 and Baptist Road. The item was heard as a called-up consent item at the August 7th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting. The motion for a recommendation of denial passed with a vote of 5-2. Discussion included lack of compatibility with surrounding properties and the failure to meet the approval criteria. Parcel number 71270-05002, Commissioner District 3, file VA 25002, Lacey Dean, Associate Planner, Planning and Community Development.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Lacey Dean from Planning and Community Development. I will be presenting today Project VA 252 for Spats Road, a variance of use for an additional dwelling unit. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So as I already mentioned, I'm Lacey Dean. I will be working with Joe Sandstrom with Department of Public Works. If you're watching remotely and you'd like to have some input, please email your name and a reliable phone number to pcdhearings@elpasoco.com at this time. The hearing procedure will be staff presentation followed by applicant presentation, public comment for citizens in support, and then citizens in opposition. The applicant will have an opportunity to rebut the citizens in opposition. We will have time for questions for staff, and then the board will make a determination to approve or deny the request. At the Planning Commission, the variance of use for the additional dwelling unit was recommended for denial, and that passed with a vote of 5-2. Some of the discussion points among the Planning Commission members particularly was the failure to meet all approval criteria, specifically that a peculiar and exceptional practical difficulty or undue hardship was not presented, I guess is the term. Compatibility with the character of the neighborhood as well was mentioned. The members voting yes discussed that the applicant's intent, based on the timeline of events, they thought that the applicant had intent to circumvent the code, as well as being cognizant about setting a precedence for allowing property owners to violate the code and then ask for forgiveness later. Members voting no discussed being wary about making assumptions as to the intentions of the property owners. So the request before you is a request by Jason and Emily Schott for approval of a variance of use for an ADU on a 5.15 acre property zoned RR5. It's located at 2865 Spats Road, which is approximately 1.6 miles northwest of the intersection of I-25 and Baptist Road. Some background on the property: in 2019, the principal dwelling was built. In 2022, a building permit was approved at Pikes Peak Regional Building for a 1,920 square foot detached garage. As you see on these snips included in this slide, that was from the building permit. In 2024, our code enforcement received a complaint regarding the accessory structure being rented out online. The code enforcement officer conducted site inspections, and they were only able to determine that it was a detached garage. With the online advertisement, however, they were able to tell that the interior of the structure very much resembled a residence. In February 2025, the applicants requested an early assistance meeting with county staff to bring their violation into compliance. And then in April 2025, they submitted for their variance of use application, which is what brings us here today. This is the site plan that the applicant submitted. The thing I've outlined in blue is the structure. The other dwelling is their main house. And this is just an aerial view of that structure. So you can see it looks very much like a garage from just visually looking at it. This is the approval criteria, which you should have before you. If you do not, I have copies available. And I'll give this public a moment to read through those. The dimensional standards of the RR5 are basically 25 feet on all sides, which the structure does meet. This is a zoning map showing that they are surrounded on the north, east, and west with RR5. To the south is more dense neighborhoods with a PUD. So the Land Development Code defines an additional dwelling, as you see here. Basically, It can be on the same lot or parcel in the A35 only, and it's meant to be, it can be used for family, friends. It can also be used for rental purposes. So the fact that this structure is being rented is what kind of pushes it into the ADU category versus an accessory living quarters. This is just reiterating what I just said about it not being allowed in the RR5, only in the A35. So all of the criteria that I presented a moment ago was addressed, with the exception of this particular one, that the strict application of any provisions of the code would result in peculiar, exceptional, practical difficulty or undue hardship. In their letter of intent, the applicants discussed that the contradiction between the land development code and the master plan was their exceptional practical difficulty. The fact that they don't quite match up in terms of additional dwelling unit allowance. I made a comment on their letter of intent, letting them know that the master plan, the goals of the master plan do not supersede the requirements of the code. They decided to continue that as their hardship, and they'll discuss that when they present. In terms of the master plan analysis, this place type is in the large lot residential. This place type discusses that it supports accessory dwellings on 2.5 acre lots or larger. The area of change is minimal change developed. This is typically characterized by evolving development patterns, adding a second dwelling. The fact that the dwelling exists in the current structure, they're not building, it's a garage underneath and then a accessory dwelling on top. I don't believe it will ruin the aesthetic of the current neighborhood and the rural appeal of the area. The Tri-Lakes area, which is the key area of influence, it's a mix of uses, including residential, commercial, employment, and entertainment. The availability of an extra unit on this lot, I think, could potentially strengthen the commercial and employment and entertainment opportunities in the adjacent communities. And it is being used as a short-term rental, which is somewhat commercial in nature. I'll bring Joe Sandstrom up for drainage.
Hello, Joe Sandstrom, Department of Public Works, Associate Engineer. For this application, the property is located in the Beaver Creek Drainage Basin. There are fees associated with this basin, but we don't assess fees with variance of use applications. The property is not within a regulatory floodplain. And then we did not require a drainage and erosion, or a drainage report and grading and erosion control plan because of the negligible increase in imperviousness on the site. Any questions about drainage? For transportation, Spats Road is a unpaved county-owned and maintained roadway. The 2024 Major Transportation Corridors Plan does not depict any improvements in this area. Traffic impact study was not required because this met the exemption in ECM Appendix B.1.2D, and no public improvements were required. And this property is subject to the El Paso County Road Impact Fee Program. Any questions about transportation? Okay, thank you.
On July 21st this year, 26 adjoining neighbor notices were sent regarding these hearings, and you will be hearing from some of those people today. And with that, unless you have questions, I'll bring up the applicant.
Commissioner Wysong?
Yes, Lacey. I'm confused on a couple of points. On page 4 in the packet, it says lodging may be or may include a kitchen that is an accessory to the principal dwelling, which may be occupied only by occasional non-paying guests of the family residing in the principal dwelling. And then on page 5, it says a dwelling unit allowed in the A35 district only And then pursuant to Table 5.1 of the Land Use Code, RR5 zoning, which this is in, therefore not consistent with the uses allowed of the RR55 zoning. And I'm going to assume then that last part of the sentence, without the approval of a variance of use. Am I correct? So it's in order, it was originally designed to be 835 only. Is that correct?
For an ADU, not an ALQ. So that's the difference. ALQ is allowed in all residential zones, and the ADU is only allowed in A35.
But which one are we referring to? I understand that we're talking about an ADU.
ADU in the RR5. Yes, they're trying to get an ADU in the RR5, which is why they need the variance.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Williams?
Yes, so my one question on this is, so they went to code and they went to the regional planning department first to get their fees to do this unit, right?
They got a detached garage permitted, not
Okay.
another residence. And then it got to code enforcement as a complaint because it was being used as a second residence.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Nelson?
So can you clarify then our decision today and the impact? If we don't grant the variance, are we saying then they can only use it as a garage and no longer be a dwelling unit? Or I'm just not quite tracking.
If you did you say if you deny it today?
Yes.
If you denied it today, they could potentially use it as an accessory living quarters, which would be for family and friends. They could not rent it out for profit, but they would need to get an affidavit with our department that says they will not rent it. They would also need to bring it up to code with the building permits and things like that they have not done yet in terms of a residence. They've gotten it up to code with a garage, not a residence.
Yeah, I think, go ahead.
I'm not even sure she needs me now. So good morning again, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. I just wanted to assist in clarifying between the acronyms that we're using, and I think Lacey's doing a great job. If you've noticed, I think this is her first presentation before you. So an ALQ is an accessory living quarters. Think of that as a guest house. We only allow temporary stays. Family members cannot be rented out to third parties. An accessory dwelling unit is a secondary unit, can be used longer term, can be rented out, has more usability. And so those are the two, the differences between the two types of units. So if today this were denied, they would still be able to utilize it as an accessory living quarters if they filled out our affidavit that states that they understand that there are limitations to how the structure would be used. So it could be used as a garage, and the living space that is existing there today would have limited use within the definition of an accessory living quarters, which is that family member, shorter stay type of use.
So I think where I'm struggling a little is they knew enough to get a building permit, but they labeled it as a garage. And then later, at some point, changed it over to be more like a dwelling unit. Do we have a process that they could have gone through initially to make it be an accessory dwelling unit? I get our land use code currently says only 35 acre, but since I'm new here, can you help me understand, is there a process that if a 5 acre property owner wanted to put in a dwelling unit, an ADU, they could have come and requested that initially?
And Lacey and I will let the applicant speak a little bit more to their timeline and their understanding as they move through the construction process. But yes, the variance which they're seeking now is the avenue for which to get the approval for an accessory dwelling unit in the RR5 zone district. Again, that accessory dwelling unit I can have my father-in-law come stay in it. I can rent it out to a third party. I can use that however I want because it is a secondary full dwelling unit. The other process they could have gone through was to finish out the second floor of the garage and said, we're going to use this as an accessory living quarters, sign an affidavit that says we understand there is limited residential use, being a family member, short-term stays, more at like a guest home. So either one of those was available before the construction with the building permit. Either one of those is actually available now.
Okay.
Depending on the sequencing, and they will talk to the timeline.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Vice Chair Williams.
Oh, on the acronyms, ADU and ALQ, are ADUs now allowed by right pretty much everywhere according to state law? Because state law came in and did something funny and our code hasn't caught up yet.
So state statute is not triggered within unincorporated El Paso County. The recently passed state bill says that accessory dwelling units are required to be allowed in basically all zone districts if you meet certain standards. For an unincorporated county, that standard is a metropolitan planning area of a population of 30,000 or more. And we do not meet that threshold yet. So we may in the future, but we do not meet that state statute yet. However, accessory dwelling units is an item that we are looking at within the Land Development Code, looking at our options for greater allowance of accessory dwelling units based on what we know is coming through those state statute requirements.
Okay, and one more question. So now that they've come in and applied for it on the variance of use, et cetera, if they would have started that way, they have to pay a fee. So now that they've come in and had to come in front of us, we have collected the fee. So this is more of an equity question so that John Smith, if he bypasses the code, does he get a pass? Whereas, Susan Smith, if she does it right, has to pay the fee?
No, the process is the same regardless.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to, I'll let Commissioner Weisong go first.
I thought I heard you say something about it could be a auxiliary living quarters if certain improvements were made per code, building department code. Did I hear that correctly?
When they got their building permit, and I'll go back to it here, they specifically called it a garage only for unheated storage space. But then it turns out that they actually turned this into a complete residence with walls and plumbing and electrical and all of that. So they would have needed to get building permits for a dwelling versus just an open, unheated garage space. In both cases, for the ALQ and the ADU.
Okay, did that happen?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I want to ask a couple of questions. Yes, these are very difficult. I have struggled and heard from many folks in relationship to understanding this particular thing over the years. Megan, are ALQs, is that a common thing that we see across planning departments? I mean, ADU is something that we're all pretty familiar with, but is ALQ also something that you see in kind of the industry and government?
I can tell you that there are other communities that have termed the name an ALQ or an accessory family suite as a way to allow additional types of residency that is not an accessory dwelling unit. I cannot tell you how prevalent, but I have seen that in other communities. The city of Colorado Springs, as an example, did have an accessory family suite definition and was using that as a way to have greater flexibility when citizens asked questions about accessory dwelling units. Accessory dwelling units is often a point of conversation, and the accessory family suite and limiting it to a guest house is utilized. However, that tide is turning because state statute is now in certain areas requiring accessory dwelling units be a permitted use.
And is there any other, I mean, certainly when I think about industrial commercial uses, I know we have charts around what can be utilized kind of in those spaces, but I can't think of an instance, so I wanted to see if maybe I'm just not remembering here, where there are residential like homes where we say how they can be used, right? It's like we call them residential, but we don't necessarily, I don't think, have any, where it's like, hey, you can have a rental here or you can't.
Lacey or other staff may have other examples. The only thing I can think of is a caretaker's quarters. So when you have a mini warehouse or a storage type of use, there's often a caretaker's quarters that could be associated with that, where we would say you are living there on site as security or the caretaker for this commercial use, I think is kind of what you were looking for as an example of when we would dictate how the structure was used. Other than that, as far as a residential, I can't think of an example other than when we define the difference between an ALQ or a guest home with its limited residency versus an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'm just trying to kind of tease out here, since the comment has been made that their reasoning is regarding confusion. Is it a kind of, are there pieces that could be confusing? That's what I'm trying to kind of tease out here, and they certainly have to answer for that. And along those building permits as well, having sat as the chair of the regional building board for quite some time, though I do know, we've had a lot of questions about this in those permitting processes. So I'll be very interested to hear what the applicant says. Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Weisong.
Taking that one step further, I believe I read that when you're an A35, you can have call it like a ranch hand or some other kind of building, living structure for those people that are literally working on the property, but it is not defined as an ADU. Is that correct? I got that right?
I don't know the specific term from the code at this moment.
I don't think they have it labeled with an acronym.
Yeah,
That's
but
why I'm clarifying.
I think it has some requirements regarding it needs to be agricultural, some kind of, the person is there for help with some kind of an agriculture, like a farm or what have you. In A35, yes. A completely separate additional dwelling unit is
Okay.
also. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay.
With that, I will bring up the applicant.
Mina Reese with Vertex Consulting. I appreciate the prior discussion and prior questions as well, and I will address some of them as I go through the presentation. Madam Chair, with your permission, I would like to go through the review criteria first before talking specifically about the violation, because the violation is not necessarily part of the review criteria. Is that acceptable?
I see no reason to object to that.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just provide an overview of the Planning Commission hearing. I know Lacey provided that as well, but let me just cover it very briefly here, from our perspective at least. So there was one property that attended in opposition. It was a couple, so that's why I state one property, but it's two individuals. They identified concerns regarding traffic. They also identified concerns regarding large gatherings. And then also that the use may result in an increase in property values, which could mean that they would have an additional financial hardship on themselves. The large gatherings is actually because the property owner is a pastor at the Ascent Church. And so they have, lots of friends, family gatherings associated with the church, in no way for profit. But those large gatherings that occur are not at all related to the accessory dwelling unit. That was stated at the Planning Commission, but before we get too far, I wanted to reiterate because I know that you've reviewed all of the correspondence as well. The Planning Commission discussion, those that voted no, as you heard, they voted no because they had a belief that Mr. Schott was not trustworthy and that it was always his intention to have this ADU on the property. You know, I, of course, find that quite offensive, and he will speak for himself, but I don't believe that it's the role of the Planning Commission to determine if somebody is trustworthy or not. They're supposed to vote based upon the review criteria alone. So because they had a mistrust in Mr. Schott, that led them to believe that it was a self-imposed hardship and that there was no hardship in place. Those that voted yes stated that it was based upon meeting all of the criteria, which was included in the staff presentation, and then that they also believe that it was not the role of the Planning Commission to judge someone. Again, the purpose of this variance of use is to allow for that additional dwelling unit. Looking at the property, it is surrounded by RR5. There are some commercial businesses located within the near vicinity. You'll see that there's Monument Glamping located off of Rickenbacker. There's also Best Dogs and Computer Surgeon located off of Doolittle Road. So this is not purely a rural residential neighborhood. There are some commercial uses in the area. And then if you look just south is the Forest Lakes development. The lot sizes that are immediately adjacent range between 1.5 and 2.5 acres. And then if you go just one layer below that, you're looking at 8,000 to 9,000 square foot lots. The first criteria is that hardship criteria, and I did appreciate the discussion that you just had with the planning staff. I wanted to first start by stating that our hardship is twofold, which was included in our letter of intent. The first stated hardship is that because of the zoning and the land development code, the only zone district that would allow for a second dwelling is the A35 zoning. As you know, the A35 zoning requires a 35 acres size limitation. This property is 5 acres in size, so rezoning to the A35 zone district is not possible. So that in itself creates a hardship. I appreciated the questions asking about if somebody came to you first without doing it without approval, what would the process be? And you heard the answer was variance of use. So that is the only process available. So therefore there is a hardship based on the zoning. Our second point of hardship is the master plan and the fact that the master plan does recommend that ADUs be allowed within this specific place type, and not only allowed, but also promoted by El Paso County. I also appreciated the discussion regarding the state bill that has been passed and the discussion that, you know, it will be coming to El Paso County. It's just a matter of when the population gets to the size to where that becomes a requirement. As you heard from the El Paso County staff, there is an ongoing land development code update that's in place. Module 1 was released in February, and Module 1, as it's drafted today, would allow for an ADU within this specific property. No one knows how that's going to be worked out because it's too early on, but I thought I would mention that. Lacey did a great job of covering the master plan, so I'll be brief here. She pointed out that this Tri-Lakes key area does allow for and promote residential, commercial, and employment and entertainment opportunities, and we agree with her that we're in compliance. The area of change, minimal change developed. It does discuss that vacant or underutilized properties could change to match other more urban size and scale development, which Forest Lakes most certainly is, provided that it matches the character. As you heard in the staff presentation and as you've read within the letter of intent, this structure has been constructed as a garage. So from a visual standpoint, absolutely it's within character. And then if you look at from a density perspective as well, those lots to the south, immediate south, are 1.5 to 2.5 acres. He has a little bit over 5 acres. So from a density perspective and dwelling units per acre, we are also within character. Place type large lot residential, specifically states that accessory dwelling units are allowed. And then lastly, under the housing and communities is that section that I referred to where the master plan says that El Paso County should not only allow, but promote accessory dwelling units. Criteria 3 is compatibility with the surrounding area and harmonious with the character of the neighborhood. So as I identified previously, those properties directly to the south are smaller, more urban. So this would provide a density transition from what has been developed in Forest Lakes to the other RR5 properties in the vicinity. Looking further out from the site, I have identified all of the other numerous commercial uses within the neighborhood. So this is also, a very small scale use. I would argue that it's not necessarily commercial because it is just a second dwelling. But if you wanted to look at it in that way, there are other commercial uses within the direct vicinity. Criteria 4, there's an existing septic system on site, and the unit is currently hooked into that existing septic system. There was a restroom permitted with that original building permit. Mr. Schott was not aware that his use wasn't allowed, so he actually has since stopped the use. I know that at the Planning Commission hearing, there was some discussion about concerns that the septic system is not sized. He's aware of that, and if the variance is approved, he will go to the health department and request approval of a secondary septic system. He has already paid for that preliminary engineering and knows that it's very possible and feasible. To go along with that, his well permit will need to be amended by the state to allow for 2 dwelling units. Criteria 5, as was discussed previously, the existing structures are in full compliance with the RR5 zone district setbacks and height and lot size, coverage, everything. There really are no impacts to the wildlife or wetlands. There are no wetlands on the property. And for the wildlife, we're talking about a residential use. In looking at offsite impacts could consist of visual, noise, or potentially traffic. So visual is constructed as a residential structure, very much consistent with what's in the area. Noise, he does have quiet hours for any of the guests staying with him. It's also owner occupied, so the Schotts live there on the property, so they absolutely have an interest in ensuring that they don't have guests that are noisy. So they would be the first ones to hear if there is an issue with noise and go to that guest and ask them to be quiet. All of the improvements are existing. In looking at parking, traffic, and circulation, 3 parking spaces have been depicted on the site plan. That meets the county's criteria. There's minimal traffic, so no traffic study was even required. And there is no specific open space fencing or screening or landscaping requirements. 9, I've already covered the water and sanitation. Tri-Lakes Fire was provided an opportunity to review the application and provided that they have no comment or objection. And I am now going to have Mr. Schott come forward. He does have some information to provide.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I am Jason Schott. I am the applicant today, and I thank you for your time. So I fully acknowledge that I am in the wrong regarding how we got to this point, but I also know that ignorance is not an excuse for noncompliance, and that's why when I was notified 10 or 11 months ago, I stopped rental use of that structure, What I'm asking for right now is an opportunity to make this right through proper permitting and authorization of this variance request. I don't believe that everyone in RR5 should automatically be able to have an ADU, but for those of us whose motivations align with the county's development vision and who have already demonstrated responsible hospitality and respect for the community or have a solid plan to do so, there should be a path to compliance. That's what I'm asking for. When I began building my barn, I wasn't intending to create an ADU. My original plan, as laughable as it is to me right now, was to simply have a place to park my old pickup truck and a skid steer with a generous amount of storage, and that's what I had permitted. But as time went on, more ideas emerged. First, we added a bathroom and a bedroom upstairs for the possibility that my father-in-law might move here due to an emergency situation and need a place to live. Then the barn became and continues to be a gathering place for church activities, family events, and community fellowship. Last Saturday, for instance, we hosted a church and community members jigsaw puzzle party. We hosted an 80th birthday party the week prior, and in just over a week from now, we'll be opening our doors for neighbors and church friends to share food and community as the ladies play bunco. And if you want to come to Northern El Paso County, you're all invited. But these are not business events. They're our way to build and encourage community. Over time, what began as my tinkering and small improvements to the interior of the barn has evolved now into a desire to turn this into an ADU. Hospitality has become a central part of our lives, my wife Emily and mine. We've hosted guests downstairs in our vacation rental from all over the country for more than 5 years. And we've maintained a consistent 5.0 star rating the entire time. The only negative review we received came from a double booking software glitch early on, and even that guest expressed disappointment only because they couldn't stay with us but were forced to stay in a local hotel. One letter of opposition quotes some statistics that even I wasn't aware of. The author notes that Airbnb occupancy rates are quite high because there is a strong demand. And we definitely see that on our property, and we want to be part of the best possible solution in that regard. Many of our guests return, some multiple times, and we see that as proof that we're doing something positive for El Paso County. One story in particular stands out. A family from Pennsylvania, lifelong beach vacationers, came this summer to Colorado because their teenager expressed interest in the Air Force Academy. After a week here staying with us, and even taking a tour of the academy with me, because I took a half day off of work to show them around personally, they told me that they would be returning again and again, that they would be booking for Christmas 26, and they were no longer beach people, but were now mountain people. This is exactly the kind of impact that we, Emily and I, want to have, helping families discover Colorado while boosting our local tourism and economy. We also take our neighbors' concerns seriously. Early on, there was an issue with our guests trespassing across the Park family's adjacent property to reach Bristlecone Lake just to our south. After this was brought to my attention, I immediately addressed it. Since then, there has been 0 incidents. All those incidents were several years ago. There really is only one family that could truly complain or have an impact, I should say, about this new ADU since we've tucked it into the southwest corner of our lot. That the barn space is directly adjacent to the Bannon family's backyard. Emily and I talked at length with them this week. We had them over to tour everything that we have going on and all that we propose. Nathan and Jessica left in support, expressing support for our ADU. They stated that nothing that we have been doing or propose would negatively impact their lives. We consistently seek to ensure our guests respect our neighborhood. Concerns about noise or light pollution don't reflect who we are. Emily and I live on this property. We love the quiet, the wildlife, and the natural beauty of Colorado. We are the ones who ensure that guests behave respectfully and that the atmosphere stays peaceful. This is our home. We often say we want to die in this house, just hopefully, Lord willing, not this week. Our property is not a rowdy party scene. I respect the perspectives of those who submitted letters of opposition, and I'm happy to speak with them directly or work with them to address their concerns. At the same time, I want to point out that there will be many others showing up today who have told me personally that they support what we're doing because they see firsthand how it benefits the broader community. Our model isn't just about renting out rooms, it's about creating experiences, connecting guests with our neighbors, small businesses, and the local culture. We've connected our guests to the neighbors to let city folk experience what farm animals and other aspects of slower rural life is all about. This strengthens community, builds positive impressions of our county, and contributes to tax revenue. Again, I'll say, yes, I'm non-compliant. That's been made clear to me, and I stopped doing what I was doing immediately when I was told. Though I'm not pleading innocence, it's kind of hard to know all the rules that apply to different aspects of pursuing an endeavor as a property owner, as some of your own discussions already has made it clear. What was interesting to me at the Planning Commission a couple of weeks ago, one of the board members there asked one of the experts that sits off to the sides behind computer screens what the code said about a certain element. It wasn't about my particular case, so I'm afraid I don't remember specifically what the question was. But the expert didn't know offhand what the code said, so they spent about a minute or so trying to look it up and apologize for not being able to find it. The session went on, and it was probably 30 minutes later that the expert off to the side chimed in and said, "I found the answer to your question." And they then read the applicable part of the code. The board member then said, "How should that code section be interpreted and applied?" The person off to the side says, "We don't provide the interpretation. We just tell you what the words say." And the session went on, and I thought, well, that kind of makes it hard for the property owner, doesn't it? The truth is, navigating the code can be confusing, even for an expert who takes 30 minutes in the commission session just to look up an answer. For property owners, it's often difficult to know where to begin or who to ask. I did ask around as I started tinkering in my barn, and I got the wrong information, and now I'd like to make that right. My intention was never to deceive anyone. My intent has always been to do something worthwhile with our property, to open our doors in hospitality, and to contribute in a positive way to El Paso County. What we're proposing does not harm neighbors, does not damage national resources, does not disrupt the character of our area. Instead, it encourages tourism, contributes to the local economy, and showcases El Paso County as a vibrant destination. We pay taxes on all our bookings, including those we hosted while we were non-compliant. We've been hiding in plain sight by not hiding. We've advertised openly that what we were doing, and so when we were notified we were non-compliant, we weren't hiding it along the way. So I thank you for considering my request and for helping me move from a state of non-compliance to one of partnership with the county, my neighbors, and the community that we love. Thank you.
I'm going to just ask if we have any questions for the applicant. If that's okay with you, I would like to at least ask one question that I do have. You mentioned tinkering in your barn, and we've talked about the fact that this was permitted under regional building. Along the way, was the work that was done, the plumbing, those things, we've heard that it was not permitted through regional building. Was that personally done by you, or did you hire someone to come in and do those things?
I've done all of the work
Okay.
in there.
Okay.
So now I will, when you approve me, I will need to pull all those permits, yes.
Okay, understood. I wanted to make sure that, if there were people who had red flagged that along the way that were contractors in our community, that was not ignored. So I appreciate that answer. Any other questions before we, hello? Okay.
Just one additional.
Sorry, Commissioner Weissong does have a question.
I understand that at some point, and you had made a comment that you were renting out the lower level of your home as I'm not sure if it would be an STR or an ADU.
It's neither. We rent out as a vacation rental on Airbnb our basement, and we have done that since shortly after moving into the house. Okay, go ahead.
I can also add to that because it's in the letter of intent as well, and I think staff references it as well within their staff report. So you are permitted, and I'll be careful, you can correct me, Megan, if I say something wrong, but you are permitted within the RR5 zone district to rent out rooms within your primary residence. So that is a permitted use. It's not considered an ADU or ALQ. It's just permitted. So because he's renting out rooms within his primary residence, and it's you can enter, from the downstairs into the upstairs. It's not walled off or anything. That doesn't require a separate approval process.
Okay.
One additional thing that I wanted to mention that I failed to mention as I was going through the presentation based on the prior discussion, Commissioner Nelson, you had asked the question about the ALQ and if they could have done this as an ALQ originally. The ALQ is limited to no more than 1,500 square feet, and this unit is slightly over. So that's one reason why maybe you couldn't have done it exactly that same way. So because I was aware of that, I wanted to be transparent with the record and just state that they don't quite qualify for an ALQ.
Yeah, that brings up an interesting question. So if this were to be an ALQ would be allowed by right, but this doesn't meet the ALQ.
It's a little bit larger, so they
so
would...
without an approval of this today, and staff can certainly chime in here maybe, but what would, because you would still be in non-compliance, it sounds like, with an ALQ, and so what would need to happen in that case?
If the size is larger than what's allowed, which is 1,500 square feet, they could go to the Board of Adjustment and ask for a larger size accessory living quarters.
If we're looking at the there's so many ways that you could go about this, and so I'm going to preface this with, it sounds like we're throwing out ideas for what they could and couldn't do. If they're slightly over, how much over are they? And if it's not finished living space, I would be willing to consider, is there a way that they could meet the ALQ? If we're going to go with total full disclosure on what we're talking about, if they're a tiny bit over and they're willing to have a storage area, I don't know if I would necessarily count that towards an ALQ. And so that's why I'm saying it's really hard for me to stand up here and say, this is absolutely going to be the process that they would need to follow if they don't meet this, because there are different ways to structure the inside of the space if we're looking for solutions to get them into meeting the code.
Okay, Vice Chair Williams.
Oh, okay, Ms. Ruiz. There is a letter in the package from the HOA of Forest Lakes, and it's talking about one of the lakes, Bristlecone? Is it one of the two lakes, Bristlecone? One of them, it says, is governed by the HOA, and the other might not be. So the letter from the HOA is saying that the lake is only for the homes in Forest Lake, and that the people coming to stay in this ADU would not be allowed access to the lake. Are you aware of that?
I'm sure that that's the case, and Mr.
Okay.
Schott actually informs people of that being the case.
All right.
As part of his instructions. Those of us who have stayed in VRBOs or Airbnbs know that it usually comes with a long list of instructions, so that's
does.
included. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Commissioner Weissong.
I just want to take what Megan was talking about earlier between an ADU and the ALQ. My understanding is they have no interest in making this an ALQ. Is that correct?
You were correct. That's why we're requesting the variance of use to allow for it to be an ADU instead of an ALQ.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was not what was part of this discussion. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll ask again if there are any questions for staff before we move to public input. Do you have any more to present to us before we do that?
Regarding Commissioner Weissong's question about the farmhand residence, that is allowed in the RR5, but it would have to be a lot size of 35 acres for it to be, so it would have to be 35 acres that is zoned RR5.
Not confusing at all. Okay. So with that, we will move to the public input portion of this hearing. And we will begin with those who are in support of this application. So if you are here in support of this application, please do come forward. The procedure, of course, is to sign in, state your name for the record, and you do have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Chris Jube. I am right around the corner from the Schatz, and I'm a neighbor who I'm speaking in total support of this development. Here they are. All right. My strongest reason to approve this variance is how it aligns with the vision of the master plan. The master plan encourages landowners to use their properties in ways that contribute to the community, support tourism, and provide hospitality. I read the whole master plan several years ago when it came through, all 172 pages, and I very much think this is right in line with that. Jason's applications embodies that approving this variance isn't just a procedural step, it's a direct way to put the master plan into action. So we also need to acknowledge today's realities. Housing and accommodations are in high demand in El Paso County. The code currently doesn't fully accommodate detached ADUs. This discussion has been fascinating, honestly, and that is exactly what the community needs. Until the code matches up, variances like this are the proper tool, but the pathway to apply for this. To allow reasonable landowners like the Schatz to meet that demand. Denying this variance would ignore both the master plan's vision and the real needs of visitors and residents today. In closing, Jason is seeking to operate responsibly and in compliance with county expectations. Approving this variance allows him to move forward in a way that benefits the community, honors the master plan, and meets today's accommodation needs. So I urge you to vote yes on this variance. And since I have a minute left, I just wanted to, as I'm processing all this, every time I watch a meeting, I learn more and I grow more, and it's just I understand things more. And I'm looking through the criteria that you use as a benchmark for decisions, and I can see he really clears the bar on all of these, and just he's really raising the bar for our neighborhood. Honestly, the house that he built on the hill, I've lived there for 25 years. So the house that he built on the hill is just beautiful. I've walked his property. I've spent some time in his basement. I'm one of those neighbors who are invited over for bunko and things like that. He's a very hospitable guy. So it makes perfect sense that he'd be doing the Airbnb in the basement and making money off of that. And the second additional dwelling unit, from the outside, it looks like a garage, but on the inside, it can accommodate for a demand that people come into the area. And it's wonderful. So I welcome the idea to the neighborhood as a neighbor, and I hope that convinces you to go for it. Thanks.
Okay. Next speaker in support of this application.
Hello, Commissioners. Jeffrey Dunstan, lifetime resident of El Paso County. And my dad would be here today, but we just welcomed his very first granddaughter. So I'm now an uncle, which is pretty cool. So amazing little girl named Maisie Grace. The song Amazing Grace helped my sister through some of the tough parts of the pregnancy. So name kind of resembles that a little bit. But okay, so talking points today, affordable housing crisis, we've really got a problem. And what I would say is this is an amazing place. The word got out. It's a great place to live, and there's a lot of people that want to live here, but it's really, really raised the prices, and that's been a problem. What I would say is the state has tried to address that through the House Bill 1152. Sounds like that's not applicable to us yet, but the idea of making additional dwelling units places for people to live is really, really something cool. And I guess what I want to describe to you today is just the Colorado dream. I work as a real estate broker, and I'm working with some clients right now. Mark and Diana Della Beta was referred to them by Duncan and Michelle Bremer, and a really neat guy. Used to live here, is involved in Spacecom, moved out to South Carolina, and now wants to move back. And the Colorado dream is this. With people that know this area, it's easy to become picky. But here's what they told me they're looking for. They said, we want to live on the west side, north of the Air Force Academy, south of Palmer Lake. We want to live on land. We don't want an HOA. We want a place for an outbuilding, a barn, a garage, all kinds of things. And then here's the kicker. We want it under 700,000. And I regretted to inform them that that's not very logical, but we'll see what we can do. And what I would say is, just the amazingness of property rights, being able to build things. In real estate, we would call this either a barn-do, stands for barn dominium, or a party barn. And it's basically in auxiliary space versus your house might be a little messy or not quite big enough. You can host events. And I've personally been at events at the Schatz house. They have a daughter who's a really sweet girl, Miss Erica Schott, who's hosted young adults groups through the church. And being the young single guy I am, I try to attend a lot of those, meet people and have fun. And they've had hot tub parties. We've had times in the bonfire in the backyard. And it's really cool because there's a kitchen area you can cook. There's a grill. And it's just beautiful looking out at the surrounding area. So what I'm telling Mark and Diana, my clients, is it's challenging, but it is out there and it is achievable, the Colorado dream. And what I would say is that, through this decision today, hopefully we can, lost my train of thought a little bit. I'm going to go back to the notes here. Okay. Erica Schott is an amazing girl, has done some cool stuff. And what I would say is the idea of you being able to use your property for stuff. You're on 5 acres, the idea of having outbuildings, the idea of ideas change. At first it's a garage and you're like, hey, let's host people here. Let's put a concrete floor. It's really an amazing place. So I would say in closing, does meet the master plan criteria and does fit within the application for approval. So thank you, guys.
Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to speak in support of this application? Okay. I'm seeing we have no one online. So at this time, we're checking, we're double checking. We'll give our AV team and the applicant a moment to. Okay, we're gonna wait to get someone on the line. I'll just say to everyone, thank you for your patience. I know not everyone can see what I'm looking. I'm looking up to the booth here as we're trying to get that person called in. Okay, thank you.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Hello, you are live in the Board of County Commissioners building. Do we have someone on the line to speak in support of this land use application? Okay, it looks like we've tried to call in, but we are not able to get someone on the line. So at this point, I think we're going to proceed. I'm just waiting a second. He's checking out. So we still do not have anyone. Okay. He is connected, but we can't hear him for some reason. Okay. I would just say, you know, we need to move on in the hearing at this point. I'm not certain why we can't hear him, but we do need to move on in the hearing. So I'm going to call for one last call for anyone in the room. I don't think we had anyone. But if we have anyone here in opposition to this application at this time to come forward.
Hello. My wife is here up top, and she has donated her 3 minutes because my presentation is right on the border. So I'm hoping to get 6 minutes, but I should be done.
Okay,
earlier.
so we'll set the clock for 6 minutes. And if you would please introduce yourself before you
Okay.
begin.
I signed in. My name is Mike Buttenwieser. Me and my wife live at 2760 Spats Road. So we're really close in the vicinity. Let's see, we wanted to thank the commissioners for reading our opposition letters on the various use application.
Sir, if you could
Unknown
please
participant
speak.
is now
Okay.
exiting.
If you could just speak into
Okay.
that microphone so we can hear you.
Thank you, commissioners, for reading our letters. In our opposition letters, we provided facts and have addressed all the criteria when evaluating various of use application. I wanted to emphasize several topics from our letters, from our opposition letters and also from the Forest Lakes HOA opposition letter with some pictures. So as I talk through here, I will gradually go through some pictures of the area. This is along Spats Road. From my letter and from the master plan about the character of the neighborhood, the large lot residential place type supports the rural character of the county. Development in this place type is single-family homes occupying lots of 2.5 acres or more and are generally large and dispersed throughout the area so as to preserve the rural aesthetic. Large lot residential is intertwining residential uses with the county's treasured and natural environment without disruption or degradation. As such, commercial uses are minimal in this place type. And in summary, we are trying to preserve our rural identity. Let me move ahead with some pictures here. Perfect. There we go. There are some more along Spats. The applicant house is up there on the left. Here's another property on Spats. And we're going to move on to the applicant talked about his social gatherings at the property, which we're all entitled to. You know, we don't have any problem with that. We do our own socializing at our property. He does host these social and recreational events at the property. Some of these events bring in large number of vehicles and guests to the property. The proposed ADU will bring in even more traffic to the property because of his south-facing orientation of the house. The applicant has limited exposure to the traffic on Spats.
And this traffic and noise and dust and the lights that we on the north side of Spats witness when he has these events. And here's one picture with, 15 to 20 cars on the property for one of these social events. And these are, like he said, we're in the last few weeks. So we've got approximately a dozen cars to 15 cars on the property that are there all day. And that increases traffic on Spats when he does have these events. In addition to that, he did mention his Airbnb operating on the property since 2020. The unit is advertised to accommodate up to 7 renters. And when rented, this unit also increases traffic in the area, sometimes by several cars. So I will move on to some pictures from Forest Lakes. Again, this is a shot from Forest Lakes. To the west, again, the applicant's house is up on the hill. The Forest Lakes Homeowners Association represents 458 homes in the area. From their HOA letter, their concern is the property directly borders at least 15 homes in Forest Lakes, particularly along Waterfront Drive and Lakefront Drive, and the proposed use will negatively and significantly affect our residents. I've got some pictures coming up. That street is like a cul-de-sac. And again, I've got pictures where the vicinity of these homes to the applicant's home. Let's see. Of the 26 variance of use letters that were sent out for the application, 15 were sent to Forest Lakes residents. Some of the opposition points from the Forest Lakes letter are inconsistency with the applicable master plan. From their letter, while our community is outside Pine Hills subdivision, both areas are zoned and planned for residential living. A high-capacity, short-term rental with extensive resort-style amenities, including hot tubs, pickleball, mini golf, basketball court, barbecues, is inconsistent with the residential character envisioned by the applicable master plan. The other points that they point out in their letter are incompatibility with the surrounding area and neighborhood character, increased traffic, late night activity, high occupancy gatherings that will disrupt the peace and privacy of adjacent homeowners, particularly the 15 Forest Lakes homeowners that are in the area. For some of the additional homes near the vicinity of the house.
I just want to check, that was the full 6? Okay, so if, sir, yes, your time has expired, so please do wrap up.
Okay, one last thing, an increased cost to HOA members for additional private security patrols around the Forest View Lakes. Also likely failure to meet noise standards. We believe this application fails to meet multiple required criteria for the variance of use, and we respectively urge the Board of County Commissioners to deny this variance of use application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who'd like to speak in opposition to this application? Okay, seeing none in the room, we'll check online. Maybe we have better luck this time if we have somebody. Okay, we still do not have anyone online. All right, so with that, we will close the public input portion and move to the applicant rebuttal.
Nina Reese with Vertex Consulting. The member of the public that was trying to be called in, you did receive a letter from them. They're an immediately adjacent property owner, just for the record. So I appreciated the opposition bringing up and focusing on the Forest Lakes HOA letter. The reason for that is Mr. Schott always tries to be an exceptional neighbor. And after it was brought up that there was an opposition letter from the HOA, he went again to his immediately adjacent property owners and discussed with them the concerns mentioned within the HOA letter. And after those discussions, it was determined that they are still in support of his use and have not seen that there's any issues with noise. They don't have any issues with, lots of cars or people or anything like that. The immediately adjacent property owner that was trying to be called in also provided a support letter indicating that there is no traffic congestion or concern related to having the ADU on the property either. This property is not within the Forest Lakes HOA area, so their rules and regulations have absolutely no bearing or basis. So Mr. Schott even still wanted to continue to be a good neighbor, and he provided a letter to the HOA addressing all of their various concerns, and you've got a copy of that letter as well. So it's always his goal to be a good neighbor and to make sure that his use and activities on his property do not have a negative impact. I also appreciated that the adjacent property owner in opposition mentioned the gatherings. It's true. They do have gatherings on their property, but that's something that they are within their rights to do. These gatherings are not for profit, and I actually think that they're a great thing. It's great that they have a place that the community can get together and that they can, build those relationships. And you heard from those in favor that they've attended these events in order to fellowship with others as well. So are there any questions?
I will see if we have any questions at this time. Commissioner Weissong?
I just wanted to clarify that they currently operate the SDR in their home, the basement. And then they're asking for this variance to then put in an ADU on the second floor of the garage. Is that correct?
It is a permitted use to rent out rooms within your home. So they
Okay.
absolutely are doing that and they're in compliance. And they are requesting an additional use of the accessory dwelling unit on their property.
Okay. Second point. The letter in our packet does state that the Forest Lakes Homeowners Association, there's no date, that they oppose this variance. And are you saying that there's a supplemental letter that isn't in our packet that say they approve?
That is not what I'm stating. So the HOA submitted a letter without any specific signatures by adjacent property owners or any of those folks that they say are the 15 opposed, indicating that they as the HOA are opposed and it impacts 15 adjacent property owners. Mr. Schott reviewed that letter, wanted to continue to be a good neighbor, and he went and he spoke personally to those adjacent property owners. And the conclusion of those conversations was that they disagree with the HOA perhaps, and they are not opposed. So you'll notice in your packet that there are no letters of opposition from anyone within the HOA. It is only this blanket letter by the HOA stating that the HOA is opposed.
Nor do I see anything from the 15 that
That-
you're claiming are not opposed.
That is correct, but if you would like for the record, Mr. Schott would be happy on the record to provide the conclusions of his conversation, and that's also included within your packet, his summary.
Okay, I guess I didn't see that.
Madam Chair, would you like him to provide that verbally, or because you have the written summary, is that acceptable?
I'm okay with a written summary. I'll just ask for commissioners if there's a desire to have that on the record verbally.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Weissong has indicated he'd like to have that summary on the record verbally.
Sure, yeah. Jason Schott again, the applicant. So when I received the HOA letter of opposition, I called the individual listed on there. He is the representative for the management company for that HOA, and he told me that the president of the HOA association itself had sent him the contents of that letter, so which he then put into the letter that was submitted, and that he didn't have any direct knowledge of how that letter was put together. So it references 15 homeowners down there that would be impacted. I don't know how they came up with that 15-person criteria, so I called who I already have cell phone numbers and have relationship with the two immediately adjacent neighbors who could have an impact. And I spoke with Mr. Park and had the Bannon family actually up onto the property, and they both expressed to me verbally that they were had no opposition to actually be in support of what we're requesting.
Okay, thank you.
The 15, I believe, came from, that was the number of Forest Lakes HOA members that were sent letters. I believe that's where the 15 comes from.
Okay.
It's not a count of people that I'm aware of.
But we don't have anything written from those 15.
No, you do not. Not
Okay.
either way. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Nelson?
Are you saying the 15 was the notice to the 15 neighbors that
The county sent. Yeah.
Yes. So it wasn't a response from the neighbors themselves. It was pushed to the neighbors from the county, notifying them of this hearing. Correct?
That is correct.
I think what we're getting at is 15 people were notified by the county per our rules. And from those 15, we did not receive anything direct from those 15. Either way, we have the applicant stating that he has spoken to at least 2 of them, and those 2 indicated that they were not in opposition. Okay, I think we've got that clear. Okay, Commissioner Applegate.
In order to access your property, would anybody, for like the ADU purposes or just to show up for the Airbnb or for whatever event you might be holding, would anyone need to use any infrastructure from the HOA in order to access your property?
No, that all of our access to our activities from Spats Road, and you have to drive around about a 5-minute loop to get down to the HOA properties.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything additional you'd like to add in your rebuttal?
There's not unless there's questions.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant at this time?
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, we'll ask if there are any additional questions of staff at this time. Okay, so I will bring it back up here. Does staff have anything that they'd like to add in the presentation at this time? Okay, so we will close the public hearing at this time. I will bring it up to the dais for comments from commissioners. Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, this is not in my district, but I will go first. I think our variance of use applications are frequently the hardest to determine. As Mr. Jube has been in front of us before, the big balance we have, when I first moved here in 1992, we bought our first house for $104,000. And now that house is worth over $300,000. And so I think one of the biggest things we as commissioners have to balance is whether it's not a person who's moved here in the past 4 years or a person who has lived here for 35 years, the cost of living in Colorado has gone up. We cannot determine hardship. It can be hard, even if you've lived in this one house for 35 years, to continue to maintain that house. And so I find that the hardest one of the strict application, well, we're not supposed to have a strict application of hardship because we're not really, it's so hard to prove a hardship for an individual person. I can have a hardship next week when I have to go get milk at 11 o'clock at night, or something such as that thing. And so when my kids were younger, there were far more hardships than I have now. I think that the rural areas with these large lots, the first one we ever considered when I was a commissioner was in Glen Eagle. They're very hard to consider, but I think we have to be flexible in what we allow. And so that's why I'm in support of this is, one, this is a pastor. Pastors have to live somewhere. And I know another pastor who has a house in Black Forest. I know a family who has a house in Black Forest, and they do love to have these events in their barns. And I think that flexibility is really good for the members of their church. And I know it can drive the neighbors crazy, so I'd be careful about, the noise of venue that Mr. Dunson named. But it's important that there are places for kids or congregants or friends to gather on these bigger lots. And I think that if you just watch the traffic and the noise level, I think we're good with this. Because when it comes down to being able to afford to live in Colorado, we want to make sure that we have flexibility so that our private property owners can use their property in a way they can afford.
Commissioner Nelson?
I find that the criteria for the variance are being met through this application. And I just want to say, I personally am a huge private property rights advocate and believe that it isn't the government's role to dictate how individuals use their property, and similarly the neighbors. I oppose the notion that a neighbor can tell someone how they may or may not be using their property. And I appreciate the humility and that there was a stoppage of use in this way once the property owner was notified that he was outside of code. And we do have code in place that has certain requirements. And so when this was originally permitted as a garage and then that use shifted, I can understand that it may not cross an individual's mind that maybe you would have to go get permission to change how you're using that infrastructure. And so I guess I have some grace there in personally, we as a commission board, we are currently looking at our land use code and potentially updating things such as this, that what are our requirements for ADUs on lots of this size versus they only being allowed on lots of 35 acres. And so I look forward to that conversation and just continuing. And because I think personally, I believe we should have lower regulation so that individuals can use their property how they wish. And if you would like more regulation, you can live in a neighborhood that has an HOA. So as a county, we do not, restrict traffic per households. We do not monitor or regulate short-term rental usage. And, regarding noise ordinances or those sorts of things, that applies to all property owners. And so if you're an individual hosting a party that's, extremely loud, call the sheriff's office. And, that's every property owner has to abide by those rules. So I think I covered all that I wanted to. I had a list here. I just appreciate the fact that it sounds as though this property owner is trying to be a good neighbor and reaching out to adjoining neighbors, and just ask that he would keep in mind as he is hosting these large events, the impact of traffic up and down the road. I don't think that should be restricted in any way, but just being mindful. And it sounds like these property owners are trying to be mindful and be good neighbors. And I think it's wonderful that they have a space that they're able to host. I have often thought about this myself, that I wish there were venues that people can gather more easily and host gatherings. So it's wonderful that you have this. It's a blessing for sure. So I will be approving this.
Other comments? Commissioner Applegate.
Thank you. I think the applicant has been more than, more trying to be more than compliant. I think they realized they were wrong, they were in the wrong, and then they've tried to render that situation. So as long as they're following the code, they're following everything by the book. I don't see a whole lot of issues with this. So that's where I stand with it. Thank you.
Commissioner Weissong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a tough one. I don't see the hardship. You've got an SDR, financially anyway, providing income for the last 5 years. The incompatibility issue, I'm a little concerned primarily due to, and again, this is just one of those that you move into a rural area for peace and tranquility, excuse me, and then you've got, a number of events, and there's a constant flow. It's 1 or 2 people, it's one thing, but to have a huge gathering, this doesn't necessarily state that that's not allowed. So again, it kind of comes back to that. It's tough. The thing that is putting me over the edge to vote no, even though you've stopped renting out the garage portion of the ADU, anytime you have a living space over a garage, it requires much more stringent requirements for code, especially when there was a comment, keep your pickup truck in the garage, skid steer. That's a carbon monoxide poisoning issue. And I'm going to, by voting no, I'm going to put a caveat that we're rewriting our code and come back when the code actually spells out all those requirements, when and if that happens, and then reapply. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
I think I'm just going to add a few things here. Again, as always, I appreciate the discussion. I think this is in compliance. The only real question to me is whether there's a hardship. And so I have sympathy with someone who says, boy, I did this work on my own and I actually didn't know on my own property I had to go and get these permits. Because I did grow up in a rural area and we didn't think to ask the government how to use our property. My dad did the electrical, he did the plumbing. I could guarantee you today that we were probably out of compliance with some of these things. And we were not a wealthy family. But we turned a shed into a living quarters that I lived in college. I'm sure it's probably not in conformance today and it's not here locally, so it's not in my jurisdiction. But I can understand that those things can happen. As we talked about today, I find it incredibly difficult to navigate the regulatory environment that we have in place today. So I am sympathetic to that. I don't like that could be a concern moving forward, which says to us that we need to do better. And we are looking at the land use code as has been mentioned. With all due respect, I know Commissioner Weissong says, come back. It's very expensive to go through this process. I'm not going to ask the applicant to reveal that. That's their personal finance, but I've spoken to other people who've been through this process. I've heard $7,000. I've heard various different amounts. So I don't think that's the hardship right there. If we ask them to come back and spend additional money, that is a hardship in and of itself. Also, I really want to separate a couple of things because I'm, and maybe a little raw from the events of yesterday, but it's so important that we understand what someone's rights are and that government should not impinge on those rights. As a matter of fact, it is government's responsibility to defend those rights. And in this case, I find that many of the things that are being said are an attack on the private property rights of the owner of this property. They have the right to host these events. I grew up in a rural area. I reject the idea that events were never, that is incongruent with what happens in rural areas. My house, as growing up, my church used it. We had bonfires. We had all kinds of things because we did have the space. That is part of the reason why people choose a rural life in many cases, is to have that space, to be able to provide that hospitality, to do what you want to do. And so I find it very much in alignment with why many people choose to live in this area and why they choose not to have an HOA. The HOA has the absolute right to control those properties. It's a private contract. But they don't have the right to control this individual's property who is not under that HOA. And when I hear these ideas, again, I'm hearing we don't like the events, but that to me can still continue to go on. It has nothing to do with this ADU. As a matter of fact, if there was a process to get through the ALQ, whether this barn, I mean, the barn's permitted, it didn't need to come to us. We really have to separate those. So if we deny this today, an ALQ could provide just as much traffic. It can have just as much, maybe even more, quite frankly. If you have someone that's living there full time, they want to have their own events too. So when I listen to the reality of what is currently allowed by right for this property owner, and what I'm hearing, and I hope you'll hear me because again, today I'm a little bit raw on this. We don't have the right to tell people how to live their lives in America. We don't get to take their property rights away because we don't like it. And this is a bit joking, but my planning director knows I say this all the time. I don't like gnomes in my neighbor's yard. It's none of my business that they have gnomes. Yeah, I have to look at them when I drive up. But it's not my decision because it's not my property. And there's a confusion about what it means to have property rights in this country. So I'm gonna get a little bit off my soapbox. I know I'm very passionate about this topic, but it is so concerning to me. I just ask you, let your neighbors live their lives. The world is so complicated, and these are not big problems. So I do find that this, I know I'm on my soapbox, and I appreciate the deference from my fellow commissioners here, but so it really has nothing to do with the ADU. It's a whole lot of just other stuff that is being utilized here. And so I commend the property owner for hosting those events. I commend you for trying to do your very best to be a good neighbor, but being a good neighbor doesn't mean giving someone everything that they want. And I think that it sounds completely reasonable to me what you have tried to do. And I'm further going to say, again, with as much of respect as I can muster, the idea that we would need to go to our neighbors and hear from them that they approve of something that a neighbor is doing is disturbing to me. That is what other nations have done, in particular some European nations that started them down a road to censorship, to reduction of civil rights for all kinds of folks in their communities. I just ask you to think through what we are saying. If we have to have the person sitting next to us, we have to have their approval, because it starts to turn into, you have to like what I'm doing, you have to like what I'm saying, and that's not what we do here. So all that to say, I am in support of this, and I will be voting yes. Commissioner Williams.
So I'm going to make a comment, then I'll move to approve the application. I'm just the opposite. My dad was the city engineer. The church members never asked him what the rules were if they wanted to do it. They came to him after and said, what do we do to fix it? So just to give a difference of our upbringings here. So, because he would usually say, no, you got to go ask the city. I move approval of this application for variance of use.
Second.
Okay, any final comment from commissioners? Okay, with that, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Weissong?
No.
Commissioner Nelson?
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate?
Aye.
Vice Chair Williams?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 4-1. At this time, we've gone a bit longer than we anticipated today. And so because we're all human, we are going to take a recess so that folks can get lunch, and we are going to come back. It's 1 o'clock. I will see if there's any objection to us returning at 1:30. Okay, we are in recess. Good afternoon. I'll call this meeting back to order. We are proceeding with item 9.
Item number 9 is a map amendment rezoning, Big Springs Estates rezone RR5, a request by A&L Investments LLC for approval of a map amendment rezoning of 39.2 acres from A35 agricultural to RR5 residential rural. The property is located off Big Springs Road, 0.2 miles east of the intersection of Big Springs Road and North Yoder Road. The item was heard as a regular item at the August 7th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting. A motion to recommend approval failed with a vote of 2-5, resulting in a recommendation for denial. Discussion included the lack of compatibility with surrounding zoning and the nearest RR5 zone being approximately 1 mile away. Parcel number 130000096, Commissioner District number 2, file P25006, Joe Letke, Planner, Planning and Community Development.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of County Commissioners. My name is Joseph Letke, and I was the planner on this project, P256, the Big Springs Estate rezone. The review engineer was Joseph Sandstrom, who is here to answer any questions related to engineering and traffic. My next slide is regarding public input. So if you're watching remotely and have not provided a name and a reliable phone number, please email that information to pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. I know we went over this in some previous presentations, but for the public, this is our hearing procedure regarding the presentation by staff and then the applicant. Then we lead to public comment regarding citizens in favor, citizens against. There's a rebuttal period by the applicant. Then we move on to questions for staff. And then there's a final decision making by the Board of County Commissioners. So the request is for approval of a map amendment rezone of 39.2 acres from the agricultural 35 zoning district to the residential rural 5 zoning district. The property is located off of Big Springs Road and 0.2 miles east of the intersection of Big Springs Road and North Yoder Road. So, Planning Commission, this item was placed on the consent calendar. However, due to questions from the Planning Commission members, it was moved to a regular item with a full presentation. Some discussion that Planning Commission had was that they noted there is a lack of compatibility with some of the surrounding development. They also viewed this rezone and considered it as leapfrog or spot zoning, which is discouraged by the El Paso County Master Plan. In conclusion, a vote for recommendation for approval failed in a split vote that was 2-5. So to give a visual of what Planning Commission's concerns were, I did create this zoning map. I can certainly zoom in if needed, but the subject property in red, you can see is really in the sea of green, which is the agricultural 35 zoning district, with 35 being that 35 acre lot minimum size for parcels in this area. The areas to the west include 2 areas that were subdivided into smaller lots, and also an area to the northeast, the Singbell Estates, that did see some development. But beyond those areas, I couldn't really zoom out too much to get the extent right, or else the property would have been like a tiny dot. But these are kind of the closest R5 zoning districts, which is where that concern came from.
If you could just leave it on that slide for just a second. Great.
So my next slide is the criteria of approval. I do recognize that this board is very familiar with this criteria. However, if there's anyone in the audience or online that is not familiar, I will leave the slide up for a few brief moments. The next series of slides are really vicinity maps and some exhibits of the property. Very rural, not a lot of development, a lot of ranches, agricultural uses in this area. Photo on the left is looking north, and then the photo on the right is looking west. So typically what you would expect in this area of the county. And this is a zoning map that's a little bit zoomed in a bit more, but really seeing that surrounded really in a sea of A35 with a few little nodes of RR5. This is a zoning map that was provided by the applicant. Really at this stage, there's not much to see here besides a delineation from A35 to RR5. My next slide is the dimensional standards of the zoning districts. They're quite similar outside of that minimum lot size. So with the A35, 35 acre lot minimum, RR5 allows for lots that are 5 acres in size. Next is the place type as defined in the master plan, is the rural place type. Really the meat and potatoes of the slide is that residential lot developed within the rural place type typically cover 35 acres or more per 2 units within the minimum lot area consisting of 5 acre per unit. The area of change designation is minimal change, undeveloped. And then next I have a water master plan slide. Water sufficiency finding is not required at this rezoning stage. However, the applicant did provide some information regarding water rights. They were not reviewed fully by the county attorney's office or by the state of Colorado Division of Water Resources. However, it does give insight into what some of their plans are for the future, that if this is approved, my understanding is that they will be submitting a final plat application, which will go before this board. And that final plat application will create or allow for 7 lots on this subject property. Next, I have some slides from engineering with Joseph Sandstrom.
Hello, Joe Sandstrom, Department of Public Works, Associate Engineer. For the transportation section for this project, Big Springs Road is a county-maintained roadway, which is unpaved. The 2024 Major Transportation Corridor Plan doesn't depict any improvements in this area. A traffic study was submitted for this rezone, and no offsite improvements are required. And then the subdivision is subject to the El Paso County Road Impact Fee Program. Any questions with transportation?
Commissioner Weislang?
Yes, thanks, Joe. This may be a public, excuse me, public works question, but what is the process when you start subdividing some of these larger? Okay, now you've got 7, more vehicles or 14 more vehicles, whatever it is. Traffic, it's unpaved, so it's gravel. What is kind of that process that you look at that, all right, the next, 35 acre plot wants to do the same thing? How do you make that determination that, okay, we may need to do something? How does that work? And if it's outside of your area, that's fine, and I'll take it up with Jack. But it's just something that is always in the back of my mind, that you take a wide open area, large, farming type agricultural lots, and then boom, 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 boom. And when does that threshold get crossed to become, a potential issue?
Yeah, no, for sure. Very good question. So the threshold for having a roadway be paved is, we would consider 200 trips a day is what's in the criteria. This subdivision is generating about 66 trips in the traffic impact study. And so it's well below that threshold. In kind of answer to your other question, as far as the cumulative impact of developments for larger developments, often we can request like an escrow or some sort of a cost share for that road based on the size, the small size of this development and how far it is from the nearest paved road. Off the top of my head, I believe is about a mile, I think, to the closest paved county roadway. The proportionality wasn't there for the size of this to request for some sort of contribution toward that. But for larger developments, there are processes in place to go towards future road paving that might be required.
And the reason I'm asking is, okay, here's one of, and then you get 4 more. So now at 66 road trips, now you might be hitting that, but they're small developments. So that's why I'm just asking the real big picture. When is that next step where all of a sudden now we got to do something? Can you go back to those properties that were subdivided as part of the road impact fee, or is it just, okay, the county picks it up because it's required?
No, it needs to be captured when it's coming through the application process. And Joe had mentioned a little bit, but for an area like this that is mostly rural and we're not seeing a lot of development coming in, it's hard for us to be able to ask for a contribution toward that, and just have that most likely sit in an account because of no new developments coming in that area. So it is, it's kind of an art we have to navigate.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to try and clarify this a little bit. I think what you acknowledge is a bigger picture item, so it's probably outside of the scope of this particular application, but any preceding applications, that 200 threshold, if that's met, that would be when those would kick in, those additional, or the potential for additional fees if it was going to impact the number of trips in the day.
Yeah, for larger developments coming in, generating more trips, it would be a easier proportionality request to be able to get contributions toward roadway improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Oh, yeah. We're scrolling instead of swiping. For drainage and erosion, the property is located in the Upper Pond Creek drainage basin. There aren't any fees associated with this basin. There's no regulatory floodplain within the site. And then a drainage and erosion, a drainage report and grading and erosion and control plan will be required with the upcoming final plat application. Any questions for drainage? Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, my last few slides here are regarding hearing notification. That 7 surrounding property owners were mailed notices of hearings. We did notice there was a slight snafu as the hearing dates were a bit different. So we did send a corrected notice, as well as we posted that public hearing notice on the property twice. Here are the images of those posters. I also wanted to add that there was a letter of opposition that we received. I did contact that citizen yesterday via email, and we also called them earlier this morning if they wanted to speak. They do not appear present here in the hearing room, and I believe when we called them, they have opted not to speak on this item today. Then lastly, I'll turn it over to the applicant unless there's any questions from the county commissioners regarding this rezoning application.
I don't see any, so I think we're ready for the applicant.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Grace Erickson, Providence Consulting Applicant Representative, and also present is the applicant, Aaron Graber. I won't reiterate Joe's entire presentation. There are just a few points that I want to make in addition to what Joe mentioned. We do have access off Big Springs Road. Future access would be planned at development. And I want to point out some fire considerations. We would be installing a cistern with this development. The nearest cistern is about 11.5 miles away. This would benefit the surrounding community, not just the development, reducing insurance and increasing resources. Here is the criteria for approval. I am going to go into a couple points here that I think are relevant. and the applicant is going to as well. So compatibility seems to be the big point here with this project. We believe that this rezone is compatible with the master plan as well as the surrounding zoning and land uses. The master plan does allow for development. This is compliant with the rural place type. It's compatible with the area of change. The area of change allows for development that's rural in nature. RR5 is considered rural development. There are also single-family homes surrounding this property, consistent with what we would be doing as well. And there's also RR5 in the general vicinity, and we are just replicating that pattern. Additionally, outreach occurred in accordance with El Paso County standards. We've been working with the neighbors. We have been contacted. We worked with the neighbor on a lot line adjustment before proceeding with this. That addressed his concerns. We're also going to be working with him on motion censored lighting with any new development. It'll be in accordance with El Paso County standard when that time comes, but we're told that there is some theft in that area right now, so we would help mitigate that with any future development. We reached out to another citizen who did comment on this. We didn't hear back, but we'll continue to be open to collaborating with any of the neighbors as we move through the process. And the applicant wanted to just simply speak on why he purchased the property in the master plan.
Hi, Aaron Graber, partner in the, I didn't actually purchase it, but I partnered with a guy who does own it. And one of the reasons why we went down the process is because this whole area is slated as being RR5 compatible. I mean, if it wasn't, I probably wouldn't be here today. And then reason two is, you know, can we meet the criteria? And it feels like we can and we do. And that's about it.
And that's all I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from commissioners at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll just see if staff has any additional presentation to add at this point.
Madam Chair, I don't have anything else to add unless there's any questions for me.
Commissioner Weissong.
During the planning commission, they talked about the leapfrog. Tell me how that plays into how this zoning is working, because I didn't see a leapfrog as an issue or
Sure.
spot zoning.
Certainly, it's basically jumping over currently zoned A35 to create a new little node of RR5 and kind of skipping what's currently existing and developing attached to that zoning district is my understanding is what the intent of what Planning Commission meant by that.
Okay, any additional questions for staff at this time? All right, seeing none, we will move into public input. So we will begin with those who are in support of this application. If there's anyone here who wishes to speak in support of this application at this time, I'd ask you to come forward. Looks like we have one person online, and I don't see anyone in the room, so we'll just go online.
Hello, Mark.
Unknown.
Go ahead, Mark. Okay. Hello, this is Mark Stalon, Fire Chief, Tri-County Fire Protection District. Tri-County Fire Protection District is 420 square miles east in El Paso County along Highway 24. I'm not directly opposed to this. My concern was the fire protection water supply, which I think she's kind of addressed. we would be requiring a minimum 30,000 gallon cistern, and a 30,000 gallon cistern for us can be set up to take care of up to 10 homes in a development. Right now, our closest cistern is 10 miles away, and it's only a 10,000 gallon cistern. We have no fire hydrants anywhere in our district, and our nearest fire hydrant is in Ellicott. So generally at this point, we do not require a cistern, but when it comes to the site plan and the development plan stage, that's when that's required. So I just want to make sure that they were aware of the fire protection requirements, and that's it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay. Is there anyone else who is here that would like to speak in support? Seeing none, I'll move to opposition. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Seeing none in the room, we have no one online. So we will go back and make sure that we don't have any more. Actually, we'll bring up the rebuttal. Sorry. There really isn't anything to rebut, but you're welcome to add anything that you'd like at this time.
Probably no need for this, but yes, we understand the cistern requirements. Again, we believe it'll add resources to the area, as he mentioned. So I mapped this out. It was about 7.85 miles as a crow flies, about 11.5 miles with a vehicle. So we do believe that adding a cistern to this area, if this property does develop, is going to be really beneficial for the area.
Commissioner Wysong.
Just have a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is the cistern going to be fed by a well, or is it going to be a tanker keeping it full?
That I can't respond to at this time. We will meet the standards, though, for the planning of that. We haven't explored that yet with this phase.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Wysong.
On page 8 or page 24 of 49 of the packet, I know that the water wasn't a requirement at this point, but since it's addressed, can you just help me make sure I understand the comment where it's saying kind of the last line of that indentation that by 2060 a deficit of 807 acre feet is anticipated for Region 6. What size is Region 6? And again, I guess I'm asking that big picture question. Is it going to be first come, first served? Because I'm going to assume the region is a little bit larger than, a few plats. Thank you, Megan.
Good afternoon. For the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. So that language comes directly from the Water Master Plan. And those numbers about a deficit are based on a point in time when that study was completed. So it doesn't take into account any new water resources that water districts are looking for. It doesn't take into account any new water rights that are added to water portfolios throughout the county. And it doesn't take into account how newly drilled wells are producing since that data was put together. And so it's really hard for us to be able to tell you and say, this is actually going to be a deficit, because I would contest that we don't know if that's going to be a deficit. At the time and the data that consultant looked at several years ago, they were looking at the analysis of how long what they had would last. But we know since then there's been so many more water rights kind of put into these districts and into this system. And so really, I don't know if we can tell you that is actually a true statement that there will be a deficit, and is another reason why I think we're taking the next steps to look at the health of our aquifers. Because there's a piece of that picture that's missing.
I'm going to maybe try and ask a couple questions that may be clarifying, because this is a passion of mine, is water in this area, but also because I actually sat and spoke with some of those consultants with these same questions. But I think we don't want to skip over that what they were talking about is in relationship to water rights, not physical water.
Correct. That's why when I speak to there are more rights that have come into those portfolios from those water providers, that they are constantly looking for procuring water rights and adding to those portfolios, which expands the lifetime of the overall resources.
And I'm not certain, Megan, you may know, but I'm not certain that actually has any bearing at all on individually drilled water rights.
I don't think that it does, but we've had those conversations, and that's why when we're asked more specific questions about what that deficit means, we're hesitant to really start to talk about it and say, absolutely, there's going to be a deficit, because it was just that point in time based on the rights. You're correct, not the wet water, just the rights at the time, and we don't know what the new rights have been acquired since that point in time study was done.
And since these are large lots, they would likely have individual wells. That would be a completely kind of separate consideration on what those rights are. That would obviously be designated from the state.
They'll have to go through that whole state process of for the wells, each individual well on a lot, and so I don't believe that when we talk about the deficit in the water master plan, that there would be any way that they could determine how individual wells kind of builds into that water portfolio specific to water districts.
I don't know if that helps you at all, but since I've been down that road on questions, I thought I'd see if I could help at all.
And that number won't tell us how wells will produce in the future either way.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions for staff at this time? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and bring it up to commissioners for comments. This is in my district, so if you guys don't mind me kicking this one off. This is great questions that have been asked. Actually, could I have staff bring up the map again? So I really appreciate you trying to interpret what you think that the Planning Commission may have meant. And some of these things are a bit subjective, and we talk a lot here about compatibility, what it means, is it all like? And so I wanted to just address a couple of those, because that would be the one that I think I'd be looking at most closely. So a couple of things struck me. One is the closest paved road is 1 mile away. So to say, as the Planning Commission did, that the closest RR5 is 1 mile away, it could be across the street. In this case, we can see these, but in an area that is very, very spread out, I just do think that a mile is not actually very far. I lived at the end, mile-long dirt road, so in the context of a more spread out community, I think it's a bit more acceptable to see those RR5s along that way, tucked in that way. But also this, the idea of leapfrog development or spot development. And I think it's good that you asked, like, what were they considering? But I thought, I'm going to go and look at some definitions and see what aligns with my thought process. And so I'll just read this that I found, which is leapfrog development is an urban planning term describing a pattern where new development skips over underdeveloped or less developed areas, creating pockets of urban growth surrounded by rural or less dense land. So I really think that's a much more urban term. I don't consider this leapfrog because it is all rural residential. So it's all very similar to me. It's not urban density in any way, shape, or form. And so I can understand, my neighborhood is probably a good example of leapfrog development where we kind of really jumped over much of what was in the city, the Banning Lewis area, and I live in Meridian Ranch, and so we're there. Nevertheless, I really don't see this. I think it's rural, but we've got several other small, RR5, and I don't think that it's leapfrog. And then the other thing was spot zoning. I struggled with that too. I didn't see it as spot zoning, but wanted to kind of what does the rest of the world think about spot zoning? So this is spot zoning is a land use practice where a single parcel or a small area is zoned differently from the surrounding properties, often to allow specific use or development that doesn't align with the broader zoning plan. Typically benefits a particular property owner and can disrupt the uniformity of a neighborhood zoning, leading to accusations of favoritism or inconsistency. So for example, if a residential neighborhood is zoned for single family homes, but one lot is rezoned to allow a commercial business. It doesn't seem like at all that that's what this is either. I mean, it's generally in conformance. It's not like, we're picking out one thing and trying to do something specific. Although I think that it's interesting because these terms are very much against some of the mixed use terms we now see. We don't we like mixed use because it helps people to form community. So I just don't find that either one of those arguments fits anything that was currently in my brain or that I was able to find as definition. So I think this is in general conformance, and I really do believe that it meets the remainder of the criteria with no additional issues. So I will be in support of this. I'll ask for other comments from commissioners. Okay. Vice Chair Williams?
No, I think it, as you get further east in the county, I think you get more rural, and I do think it fits into our definitions just fine. And the water resources will be there, especially if they're individual wells. And there's other, of course, water districts that you could purchase from if you needed to, but I think that this works within our code.
Any additional questions or comments, or sorry, I should say comments at this time? If not, if someone would like to make a motion, I'll let them. If not, I'd be happy to do it.
I'd move approval of the Big Spring Ranches rezone.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Wysong?
Aye.
Commissioner Nelson?
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate?
Aye.
Vice Chair Williams?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 5-0. Okay, we are on to item 10.
Item number 10 is department and committee reports, non-action items, and there are none.
Item 11.
Item 11 is the addendum, and there are no addendums today.
Item 12.
Item 12 is the executive session, and there is no request for executive session.
Okay, with that, we've come to the end of this agenda. This meeting is adjourned.